Order, please rise for Mayor Michael Fougere.
Please be seated, everyone. Good afternoon and welcome to the November 26th meeting of Regina City Council. If I could have a motion to confirm the agenda with the changes from the clerk's office, please. Councillor Hawkins, seconder, please. Councillor Barshani. That would be report bylaw 2018-61, the procedure amendment bylaw 2018, and the Heritage Building Rehabilitation Program report, report 113. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The minutes from October 29th, 2018. A motion to adopt those, please. Okay. Councillor Murray, seconder. Councillor Barshani. Discussions, error, omissions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Well, we have our first delegation this evening, a returning former city councillor, Mr. Louis Brown. You come forward and identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Well, thank you very much, Your Worship. My name is Louis Brown. I'm just a citizen. I don't represent anybody at this point. Thank you for the opportunity to share my perspective with you. I'll cover the topics as stated in my written submissions. By way of background, as His Worship just said, I had the extreme honor of serving as a Regina councillor from 2006 to 2012, at which point I retired from City Hall. Since that time, I've gladly deferred to subsequent councils in all matters relating to City Hall, not made any official submissions to any committee or presented at City Council until today. I'd like to start with our official vision for this great city, Canada's most vibrant, inclusive, attractive, sustainable community where people live in harmony and thrive in opportunity. Now, this is not a meek statement. It is not a mild, mediocre, or weak statement. It is, in fact, bold, and nothing less would be acceptable for the capital city of Saskatchewan, in my opinion. However, our remuneration for our city councillors is weak. And needless to say, I fully appreciate the precarious position that you are in when considering your own compensation as elected servants. On the other hand, I am not in a precarious position and can speak freely as one of the very few people in this city who actually understands what a councillor does, and it is an awful lot. I have no skin in the game. I have no intention of returning to City Hall. I'm thoroughly enjoying the private sector as a partner with the law firm Willows, Welsh, Orr & Brundage. And I note that none of the esteemed people on the previous Remuneration Review Commission appear to have had any experience as City Council members. Next, I further respectfully suggest that the correct answer to council remuneration cannot be addressed simply by looking at a chart. While it might be helpful to know what another city in another province pays their council members, that cannot be the end of the analysis. And I've taken Mississauga just as a random example. I have no idea what they pay their council members, but what is their vision for their community? Is it as bold as ours? Is Mississauga the capital of Ontario? Does Mississauga play a similar role for Ontario cities as Regina does for Saskatchewan? What are Regina's challenges and opportunities? Whatever they might be, are Mississauga's the same? Well, clearly not. Do Ontario provincial governments tend to deal with their cities or support their cities in ways that may differ from our provincial government or Regina in particular? These are just a few of the differences between Regina and Mississauga which come to mind over the course of a few minutes of reflection. They illustrate the futility in looking at a chart to determine what Regina's council remuneration should be. Now, another grave concern with the status quo is the massive democracy deficit which the low councillor remuneration creates. A massive percentage of the population cannot functionally be councillors in our great city. Most teachers and nurses as examples, and the vast majority of full-time employees are not eligible to be councillors in a realistic sense. Basically, the people who are eligible to be councillors are self-employed, as I was, retired, independently wealthy, or those fortunate enough to have a very flexible boss. Now, needless to say, the health of Regina's local democracy should not be contingent on the generosity of one's boss. I recall a brief conversation I had with then City Manager Glenn Davies. I asked Glenn whether he had any comments on part-time versus full-time councillors, and he noted that with part-time councillors, the city is actually slowed down in terms of moving forward. At some point, no doubt, Regina will have to move to greatly enhanced compensation for our councillors in particular. And that begs the fundamental question that we have to ask ourselves: what league do we want to play in? Do we want to play in the minors, in the bush leagues, or do we want to play in the major leagues? This is certainly not a critique of current or former councillors, but rather an observation that our current situation has not empowered or allowed our councillors to dedicate themselves to City Hall exclusively.
Brown, you have 1 minute to go.
Thank you, Your Worship. Other than our retired councillors, there's always that tug of war between council demands and those from the day jobs. If we move to full-time councillors, we could sustain a decrease in the number of councillors. I provided a few potential recommendations should council deem appropriate to address these issues. At the end of the day, if we as a community are not prepared to invest in and empower the very people leading our community, then we should at least be honest with ourselves and change our vision. Imagine Regina 2030, just another mediocre city where we don't expect very much, and we definitely do not dream big. Pending anything further from council, Your Worship, those are my submissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, for your comments. Eloquent now as they were when you were on council. Any questions of the delegation? I think you made yourself perfectly clear. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and I'll turn to Councillor Young to look at report 104. This is the Executive Committee Council Remuneration. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. The City Council remuneration structure has remained unchanged since 2002, when a review commission recommended the current structure. So this recommendation before Council requests that the administration bring back to Council a process to establish a Council salary review. The recommendation asks that the process come before Council in Q1 2019 for their consideration. Number 2 on this recommendation requests that the City Solicitor be directed to make amendments to the City Council Remuneration Bylaw number 2001-108 to maintain the net pay for City Council members beginning January 2019, when the federal taxation change takes effect. The amendments would ensure that the net pay Mayor and Council are receiving now would not change. And I will add a number 3 to this recommendation.
If I could just get a seconder for the report, please.
No, I have a number 3 that they've asked me to add to this. That item E 1821 be removed from the list of outstanding items for Executive Committee.
A seconder for the report. Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Young, do you wish to speak to this, or you want to close debate on this? Reserved for closing debate.
I will close debate.
Close debate. Okay. Councillor Massanelli, the floor is yours.
Okay, through the chair. I guess first of all, I'd like this to be voted on separately, point 1 and points 2 and 3 as 2 separate votes. And I'd also like to move that we vote separately on the position of mayor as opposed to the position of council.
Okay. You needed a motion for that one,
I'm going to make it a motion.
Okay. So are we, you want to state your motion?
I would like, first of all, to move a motion that we vote separately on decisions that affect the position of the mayor as opposed to the position of council. And I'd also like to include in that motion that we vote separately on items 1 as opposed to items 2 and 3.
Okay, we don't need a motion for the second part, but the first one we do. And you've done it. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Okay. Councillor Stevens. Are we clear on the intent of the motion, of the amendment?
Do I have to speak to the motion yet, or
Pardon me?
should I explain the motion or why I'm doing that?
You can do that as your go ahead right now. Yep.
Okay. I guess basically, being that currently the council is a part-time position and the mayor a full-time position, I don't anticipate supporting the motion as it stands. And being that you are a full-time position, I don't want to include you in my decision-making. I'd like to be 2 separate entities because part-time as opposed to full-time.
Okay. Just make sure we get the wording down here, and if you're comfortable with the wording on the screen, Councillor Manson, then we can...
I'm never comfortable with the wording on the screen, but I think everyone knows what I'm doing.
So just for members, just to remind you that on amendments, the speaking time is for 3 minutes, as opposed to 5 minutes on the main motion. And we have a list of speakers here, which we... So we're clear. Councillor Masson, you're okay with the wording on that?
And then, of course, we'll be voting separately on the items.
Yeah,
as
but
well.
that doesn't require a
Okay,
motion
yep.
to do that, though. That's just a request. We have one speaker, Councillor Stevens.
It wasn't to the amendment, it was to the main motion.
Okay, we're on the amendment only.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
I already hit my button earlier.
Okay. Any speakers to? Okay, I'm going to call the question on the motion. All those in favor of the motion? Those opposed? Motion is defeated. So, Councillor Masson, you have about 4 minutes left in your time to speak, if you like.
So I don't believe I'll be supporting the motion as it stands. I think that every year taxes come up, people expect us to be responsible, and it's usually bad news. This is another one of those bad news stories, but today it happens to hit me. And I think if I want people to believe in me, I have to show them that I'm willing to take my bitter pill when it comes my way. I can't say that I want to take on the pay decrease, but I think it's only right and fitting that as a leader I stand up and I lead that way. That's how I believe, and that's how I'll be voting is against it.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Councillor Stevens, you're next.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, I'll be supporting the first recommendation here, the Salary Review Commission. I think this is long overdue. I agree with Mr. Brown's position here that we need to reflect on whether or not we're full-time or part-time, and that council remuneration kind of really needs to reflect the amount of work and brain power that goes into this job. No reservations about supporting number one. Number two, about compensating for changes to the federal tax change, I can't support it. It's a bummer. I'm very disappointed that we will realistically see our pay decrease, but what we're doing is, I don't think just. I don't think we can simply adjust our salary as federal changes come into effect. No other resident could do this. Do we deserve to have a salary freeze? Do we deserve an increase? I would say so, provided that's done through a third party and objective process. So I won't be supporting recommendation 2. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Stevens, thank you for that. Other speakers? Councillor O'Donnell?
Thanks very much. So, just on procedure, we are going to vote separately on these.
We are.
But we're going to discuss the whole
Discuss
thing.
them all together.
I just want to be
but
clear.
separately, yes.
So it's difficult for me actually to separate these two. I think noted by the initiator of the motion that it's been 16 years since we've had a look. If you want to feel awkward, just stand up in front of council and talk about your salary. I haven't done it in 12 years, and it's a little funny to do it right now. I'm not sure how many other people get that opportunity to do that. Maybe it's not something I really would prefer to do, to be honest with you. The Review Commission is where I'd like to begin. And that is that I think it would be fair, no matter what jurisdiction it is, that there be an independent group of people take a look at what it is that you do, how many hours you do it, and what compensation could be there. If it was me, and I think the solicitor would not agree with me, but if it was me, I would make that binding. That is, they can reduce my salary or they can increase my salary as a councillor, not me personally, and based on judgment. I'm okay with that. The second part of that review is that it will not take effect until the next election. That's fair. A couple of the speakers, and Mr. Brown did this very well. If this is to be an open area, this is where we want to have people who are young and old, have different types of jobs and so on. Compensation is part of that. You cannot live on this part-time salary, I don't believe, and do an effective job. You just can't do that. So whatever that is, and by the way, and I've said this many times before, I would never do this to our staff. I would never say, hey, come back in 16 years and let's negotiate. Thanks very much. So that's the awkward part, but I stand by that. I would also tell you that I don't have a problem with us taking a look at this salary, with the salary based on the tax. For the simple reason that for 12 years, we've never had this discussion. We've never had a discussion about salary and said, maybe we are underpaid. If I compare myself to Saskatoon right now, $22,000 a year less, 22. That's a lot. Having said all of that, if this passes, you don't have to accept the salary. You don't have to. I don't have to accept the salary I get now, by the way. I can donate it, give it to charity, don't pay me. We have all sorts of options here. But to the future, to setting the standard, the basis for which other people will come forward and consider council, I think it's important that this pass. And I said this before to council, I'll say it to all of you. Part of my job is to make sure that there are very good people coming into this chamber that are not limited by opportunity. And so I'll be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Murray?
Through your worship, for number one, I still want to hear more debate from my fellow colleagues on it. I'm still thinking about it. For number two, I mean, when you break it down, that's a 33% tax increase is what it becomes. It's pretty unprecedented that that would happen with no phase-in, with no notice whatsoever. So specifically for the full-time members of council that are retired and treat this as completely their full-time jobs, as well as the mayor, that's a significant hit, and I understand that. So that's why I'll be supporting number two. I'd still like to hear more about number one. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Other speakers? Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I think it is very difficult to talk about your own wage and your own salary. And I think that's the predicament we're in. I read a report a couple months ago when this was coming up, and there was supposed to be a review done many years ago, and it never happened. And I think it never happened because we're sitting here in the same situation talking about giving ourselves a wage. Well, how can you do that? So that's why I will for sure be supporting number one. I want a report back to share with how other municipalities are paid, how councillors are paid, looking if it's going to be a full-time position. Some cities across Canada do that. As I've come in, it's been very full-time. I do open houses. We all meet with residents. We're all at many meetings, events. I don't think anybody can prep you for a city councillor. And everybody's going to run it a little bit differently. But I will tell you there's one thing. We are responsible to the public to do our own homework, to read the 1,000-page reports. So that's why it is vital that that number one passes, that we can actually get some numbers back to this committee to find out what. And I agree with Councillor O'Donnell that the increase, if that's what comes out, would not be until the next group that's elected. So we're not giving ourselves that increase. Number two, I want to make it very clear. What I've heard in the media is we, as councillors, are giving ourselves a raise. We're not getting a raise. We're losing money. We're bringing it up to what we're getting. So when we see what other cities are paying their councillors, $57,000 for Saskatoon and $37,000 for Regina, I don't work a lot less in Regina. I'll tell you that right now. So I will be supporting both. And it's not easy to do for number two, but I know the work that my council colleagues put in. And that is a bare bones amount that we should be paid. And I don't think that anyone here deserves to lose that kind of dollars, which would be even more for the mayor. So I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Flegel.
Thanks. Just briefly, in response to this, I'm in support of both of these, and I don't think it's about full-time and part-time because whether you deem this position as full-time, if you did that, barring about 200 people that work at City Hall, everybody at City Hall is full-time, 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. If that's deemed full-time, then nobody on council should ever take a phone call after 5 o'clock, ever send an email after 5 o'clock, be at a function at 8 o'clock at night, be at a function at 10 o'clock at night. It's not about full-time, part-time. It's about being accountable to the citizens, you're elected officials, but there's still a timeline, and some councillors, and I know that I talked to one in particular at one particular time. I said, you better be careful, you might burn yourself out. And that's what ends up happening, because sometimes people get engaged and you want to take on as much stuff as you can. But at the end of the day, it's not about full-time, part-time. It's about compensating for what you want. And people have always said, and we have the naysayers out there that say, you're all a bunch of whatever and you're not good enough, and why can't you get new councillors in there? Well, part of the reason is, and as Councillor O'Donnell said, and it's a huge part, is salary. At $37,000 a year, if you're running if you have to, and you're putting in 8, 10, 12, 14 hours a day, you can't sustain that on one income and expect to do a good job. So people take on a second income. Most or some are retired, have spent all their years building their own careers. So I believe that both of these need to be done. The review is well overdue. I mean, nobody complained when we get a cutback because the provincial government took a cutback. None of us complained about it. We just took it in stride. This is just about 30% higher cutback than we're used to having. So it's not like it's never happened before, but at a different level. So thanks.
Thank you for that. Councillor Frindura.
Thank you, Worship. I have a request of you, if I may say, happy birthday to my 102-year-old grandmother.
You just did it. That's good.
But I want to ask you first. So I want to say it in Polish.
Right ahead.
Okay. Should I just go
Go
with
ahead
it?
right now.
Okay. Wesołych urodzin, babcia. I love you. There you go. Say that. 102. She remembers everything what I did when I was 3 years old. First of all, good to see you. I've been struggling with this. Number one, I am not about to. I will not support number one. Reason for that is I believe we are mid in our term. I believe this should be started at 2020. New council comes in, new bodies, new minds, new decisions. I feel that's when it should be started. Number one, so no to that one. Number two, I will not support number two as well. I had a long and hard discussion with the residents of Ward 5. And they tell me my fight is not with the residents of Ward 5. My fight would be with the federal government. They should not be paying my tax. I should be able to pay my tax. There are a lot of seniors, fixed income, single parents. It's difficult. So listening to the residents, I have to make my decision. I can make my decision either way. It's very easy or hard to do, but when people tell you what they think, we need to stop and think about that as well. So in my mind, I understand that the mayor wage is a little more impacted than mine. I do have another job, but at the same time, I have to be in tune with what the residents are saying, what they're telling me, how they interact with me, how I do my business here. So again, for one, no. For two, no. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Frindura. Councillor Hawkins.
Well, thank you very much, Your Worship. I support the establishment of a salary review commission for all of the reasons given. It's long overdue. Number two, with respect to the changes in the tax law, the removal of an exemption which targets a specific group of employees is not the same as a general tax increase. This is not the case where the federal government would never put a special tax on nurses or a special tax on construction workers or a special tax on retail employees. What's happened here is the removal of a targeted exemption. And that distinguishes it for me between between that and a general tax increase. What makes it more compelling for me is that there's a fairness aspect of this. I would wager that on an hour-per-hour basis, city councillors are the most poorly paid employees of the city of Regina. And I think that given that circumstance, not only is it justified in having a salary review commission, but it's also justified in saying at what point do you push the salary down below the minimum of anything that becomes acceptable. And the removal of this tax exemption does that. This motion corrects for that situation. I also want to address briefly one other point. This motion does not upset the reasonable expectations of the electorate of Regina. They elected us knowing that our salary is about what it will be when it's topped up to make up for the removal of this exemption. So there's no change here. It's the status quo. It's fair that we maintain the status quo, and for those reasons, I'll support both parts of this motion. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Young, if you could take the chair, please.
Mayor Fougere?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. This is a difficult conversation to have when you talk about salaries. I want to go back to 2002 when I was part of council when former Mayor Fiacco brought forward an idea of an external review of salaries, and we have today. The mayor's salary close to, I think, 77% of the cabinet minister, and a portion of that goes back to councillors. Just make it clear here that our salary has not been frozen since 2002. Our salary remains and goes up with, is linked with a cabinet ministers. So they go up almost all the time. Sometimes they go down, and they have tumbled a bit, 3.5% one year, then back again. So we have had a formula that has worked up until today, obviously, that has provided incremental increases to mayor and salaries, mayor and council salaries. For me, being on council is more of a calling than a career. And so I know everyone around this table did not come into council because they wanted to make money. It sounds facetious, but it's true. I think people were here for the right reasons. I've been on council since 1997, and I can't think of one member of council who wasn't fit to be there, that wasn't skilled to be there, and was there for the right reasons. They expressed themselves in many different ways, from all walks of life, all competent people. And for me, if it was a salary issue, that's different. For me, it's a calling. So for me, the salary is secondary when I look at an external review to say that let's look at our salary and benefits, because that means we're going to be going up. And I think that members of the public would say you're doing this to raise your salary. It may apply to the next council. We're coming to a budget that's going to be difficult to talk about, and I want the conversation to be more on how we can provide the best service possible for residents, not have this as a distraction. So I will not be supporting number one. I have a different view on number two, though. This is wholly brought on by the federal government, who didn't consult with any municipality in Canada, FCM, SUMA, or any other municipality organization across the country, to say this was going to happen. Repeated letters and calls to the Minister of Finance, Minister Goodale, other members of Parliament went unanswered to say, like, can you explain why this is happening? Very difficult. So this is a very difficult decision for me. I'm going to support the second recommendation because it maintains the status quo. We are not receiving a salary increase. Simple as that. There is an exemption that's been dealt with, but we receive exactly the same take-home pay. So I will support that one. And of course, I know we'll be voting on these, Madam Chair, individually. Thank you. Councillor Young, you wish to close debate?
Yes. Yes, Your Worship.
Oh, second here.
Obviously, we've all given this a great deal of thought this evening, and we're on different sides of both of these issues. When I became a councillor, I had no idea what the salary was. So I didn't run for council because I even knew what the salary was. I knew there was some compensation. So I don't think any of us did that. When it comes to the salary review, we've been talking for some time that it's time for a salary review, and now this is the time to bring that forward. I would hope that it would not complicate the discussions we're going to have on budget. hope people can get past that, because whatever this salary review will do will affect the next council, not this council. I think it's important that we have a diverse number of people on council that come from many walks of life. And I don't think you should have to give up a career in order to run on council. So I think keeping it part-time is probably the best way to go. And if you have a full-time job, you just don't sit on as many committees as some other people who may have more time. So I am going to support number 1. Number 2, I don't think I would be voting tonight for myself. I think I'm voting for us as a whole to keep our net pay, and I don't know what everyone's situation is and whether they could afford to not have that or not. And so I'm going to vote in favor of number 2, because I think that if somebody feels really strongly about not wanting to take their current pay, they can always donate it or give it to charity. But I think there are people around the table who probably have had this now and count on this as part of their salary. And to have it happen all of a sudden is not a good way to make a change. So I am going to vote yes on both, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Young. You have closed debate, so I'm going to call the question on recommendation number 1, which is to have a salary review commission struck and have a report come back by the first quarter 2019 outlining the process for that. All those in favor of 1? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Second one is to maintain the net pay for members of City Council beginning in 2019 when the federal tax changes take effect. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll now move on to our next delegation on a separate report on the Council Committee recommendations. Jim Elliott. Mr. Elliott, if you could identify yourself for the record and tell us who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Jim Elliott. I'm here representing myself. Over the past 20 years, I've participated in the Parks and Recreation Board, the Environmental Advisory Committee, the Transit Advisory Committee, and also the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee. I've also been part of the Bicycle Advisory Committee with our current city manager and sat on a number of task forces on specific topics. Now, in recent years, I've observed an unwillingness to inform, ask, subsequently listen, and be willing to engage the citizens of this city. Now, advisory committees, when constituted effectively, can and will provide an essential suite of benefits to the City of Regina, and I've listed them below. They provide an additional set of eyes, ears, and skill sets in the discussion and development of policy and programming. They can provide experience and knowledge of very specific portions of the community that cannot easily be found. They engage the community in the ongoings of the community. They expand the capacity of the administration to communicate directly to the community of interest. They are excellent complement to broader public engagement and are often comprised of citizens with expertise in the areas of interest. Now, many cities are increasingly using citizen advisory committees to ensure that there's a more diverse voice informing their work and using them to tap local talent and knowledge. They can explore and investigate issues of interest of the administration when the administration may not have the time to commit to the task. They have the interest and passion for their role in the administration of this city, where they can see tangible benefits of their involvement. And lastly, but probably not least, they provide an internal public review on an initiative or policy before it is presented for comment or review by the general public. Now, there have been excellent opportunities that have come as a result of involving advisory committees in the past. In the early stages of the renewal of the city landfill, the Environmental Advisory Committee was involved in that, as well as involved in the development of our aquifer protection overlays that are now being used by the Regina Planning Commission. Yearly reviews of road construction plans were done by the Bicycle Advisory Committee, giving the administration knowledge of a diverse group of cyclists about the plans for the coming year. The P&R board was made up of 5 zone board representatives, and they provided knowledge of their area of the city, their understanding of what recreational needs were in those areas, and provided an effective two-way communication in the public interest in recreation. And the last two around the Accessible Advisory Committee and the Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee, they have made significant changes to this city as well as engage this community very effectively around the Indian Industrial School Cemetery and its subsequent formal designation. Now, in my mind, effective communication and advice is critical to the democratic mandate of this city. Clearly, there are some additional gaps in our communication and advice strategy, but firstly and foremost, there needs to be an effective advisory mechanism to provide the benefits of public engagement. On the side of citizens, their commitment to this role needs to be acknowledged and seen as worthwhile and meaningful, and this can be done through the citizen advisory committees. And to do it well, we must be willing to get advice from the public on policies and program initiatives. They must be willing to get criticism from the public through a collegial arrangement. And also they must be willing to
Mr. Elliott, you have 1 minute to go.
allow for meaningful, fulsome, independent investigation. And this, in my mind, is greater than the sum of the parts. Now, effective advisory committees or boards, properly composed and structured, can be provided non-binding but informed guidance and serve as a tremendous ally in the quest for superior governance. So my recommendations to you tonight is this council not close the advisory committee, but in fact maintain them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elliott, for your presentation. Are there questions from members of council? Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Elliott. So you mentioned in your statement here, as well as what you've just presented before us, an unwillingness to inform, ask, subsequently listen, and be willing to engage the citizens of the city. Since my 2 years, I've seen active social media presence, improvements. I've seen town halls from councillors, city staff, community services. I've actually been quite amazed by the level of community engagement. What is your take on those kind of initiatives? Are they insufficient? Is there something advisory committees did that kind of consultation doesn't?
I think in some cases, and I'll take the example of social media, when one just clicks on like or clicks on share or that type of thing, that's a very, I guess, in my mind, a superficial engagement of the community. And in fact, you need to be in a position of having a conversation and a relationship. I think there are other times when individuals that have wanted to participate but weren't able, either through a variety of communication options that they had, they wanted to provide comments on a committee report or other things. I guess one aspect of that I think is indicative of that is when some of the committee meetings are held. Executive committees at noon. I was here for approximately an hour waiting to have a chance to present, and even at that point I still wasn't able to get onto the agenda in order to make my comments to this committee. Again, like I said, I think the fact that the committees aren't broadcast means all you see is the minutes coming out of it, and you don't get any of the discussion. So I think, like I said, when I look at it, I think it needs to be a much more wholesome and much fuller discussion as well as dialogue between both yourselves and administration with the public.
Thank you. Second question, through the chair. While the Accessibility Advisory Committee is noted as being quite active and successful at turning discussion into recommendations and policy and changes in services of delivery. Other committees, we're told, were inactive. There was an absence of attendees. They weren't engaged. They were more free lunch venues. What do you say in response to that?
Again, at the times when I was on the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, as an example, we weren't given any agenda items from the administration. So in many cases, we were having to cancel meetings just because we had nothing to talk about or nothing was being brought forward. One other change, and this came again a little bit earlier, and I think it's possibly indicative of why some of that the waning of interest and willingness to participate was, if we wanted to do any independent investigation or ask the administration to provide us a report, we had to get permission to do that. So we couldn't look at the forestry policy, for instance, or some other recreational policy, but had to simply respond to what was being given to us. And I think I know that with the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee, the 5 zone board representatives at that time saying kind of, why are we here? Like if we're going to provide advice, ask, give us something to give you advice on. But so that was, like I said, that was part of my experience anyway.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions of the delegation? Councilor Brashani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming forward. So can I just ask, how long did people get to sit on these advisory committees and how were they chosen?
There's a variance in that to some extent. Some of the committees were representing the zone boards, and so that in fact it was the zone boards that made the recommendation as to who sat on the committee, and then it was more of a administrative formality to include them as a member of the committee. I know with the Environmental Advisory Committee that there was a term limit. Even if you wanted to stay on that committee, you actually, I think it was 8 years. I think was the maximum that you could stay on that committee. So that it varied between it, and then there's other ones that were coming from individual organizations as well, and then they just simply went through the regular process that advisory committees would have had to provide individuals like you do on a variety of other committees already.
Thank you. And one last question, Your Worship. So when you sat on these advisory committees, did you feel that your voice was heard and that you were able to see the committee's recommendations come forward to council and see changes that you made, or that the committee made?
Yes, I did. I think it was also beyond being engaged and being part of the discussion that, that may or may not have modified the policy. We actually had an opportunity to have a dialogue with the administration about it so that we had a better sense of understanding. And I guess the best one on that is when we were on the Parks and Recreation Board, we actually saw the city budget before the public did. Again, within the restrictions of the Parks and Recreation departments, but we actually got a chance to have a dialogue with the city administration around the budget that was going forward.
And you would agree that advisory committees, they sit as volunteers, but this would be a positive way to engage residents so they can become interested in what's happening in their city? Would you see advisory committees in that way, through the chair?
Most definitely. I think there's both a role to provide some guidance coming from the community, but it's also a way to have the community know that there's perhaps another 20 or 30 people out in their community that actually know what's going on, because Sometimes if all you've got is the website or the Facebook note, that doesn't necessarily give you a lot of opportunity to get engaged. But if you know that, for instance, I was on the Parks and Recreation Board from the Central Zone, then anybody in the Central Zone could phone me up and have a discussion around individual agenda items or things that may be coming up on our agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Brashani. No other questions? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to the next delegation, Wanda Schmackel. Welcome to Regina City Council. If you could identify yourself, we represent you as well. At 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Sure. Good evening, Your Worship, members of City Council and City Administration. My name is Wanda Schmackel, and I'm here this evening to express my support for retaining the community advisory committees. At their best, community advisory committees provide opportunities for informed individuals with real expertise to advise the city on a variety of issues, and they're a vital part of the democratic mechanism. These volunteers have expertise in areas where Regina can greatly benefit from their guidance and assistance, including environmental sustainability, crime prevention, youth and community engagement, the arts, and the preservation of heritage architecture, to name a few. According to the City Administration's own recommendations, the cost to maintain these committees is minimal, so why wouldn't we want to keep them around? I'm left with the impression that these committees may not have been taken very seriously by the time they were suspended in April 2015. Since this recommendation to dismantle the advisory committees was made, I've heard from several people who have suggested that these committees were not provided with clear objectives or expectations from the city administration, and when recommendations were made, they were often ignored and rarely made it to council. The city administration, meanwhile, has suggested that it was difficult for these committees to achieve quorum, but if interest waned because of apathy at the city level, it's hardly surprising that they ran out of steam. No one likes to waste their time. I'm also in favor of retaining these committees simply because other cities have them, including Saskatoon, which is re-envisioning its community advisory committees and recently put out a call for new members. Saskatoon takes these committees seriously, so do a lot of other cities, including Edmonton, Calgary, Montreal, Vancouver, Halifax, and Toronto, to name a few. And in fact, at a recent City Council meeting here in Regina, where the Renewable Regina plan was approved, some councillors remarked on how useful it would be to draw upon the collective knowledge of the delegates who had come to present that evening, those with expertise in renewable energy, effectively describing an environmental community advisory committee. So we already know that there's an advantage to having these kinds of insights. The city administration assures us that their new website, to be launched at an as yet to be confirmed date, will provide opportunities for public feedback. And while this sounds like it could function as part of a very robust community engagement strategy, it can't be the only part. The City of Regina's Facebook page already functions as a catch-all for general comments, but in such forums, there's no way of knowing if an individual is speaking from a position of expertise or not. I might provide feedback myself, but I don't know the first thing about crime prevention or renewable energy or the lived experiences of contemporary young people or new immigrants or anyone living below the poverty line. So what am I going to tell you about that on an online survey? The value of community advisory committees is that they can tell you what the issues are from a position of expertise, providing information the administration wouldn't otherwise have. The City of Regina should recognize the value of receiving good advice from smart people with no motives other than to make life better for the citizens of Regina. And these recommendations should be taken into consideration before the planning stage of any related policy, program, or development. We already have smart and dedicated staff working at the City of Regina doing this in response to some of these issues as they arise. Getting a diversity of advice from informed people who live and work in Regina is the best complement to that. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? I think you made yourself very clear. Thank you very much. And now we'll go to report 105, the Council Committee recommendations. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. CR 18105 has 9 different areas, and I'm going to briefly talk about them for the people who are listening in. The first is the disbandment of Emergency Measures Committee with the responsibilities of that committee transferred to Community and Protective Services Committee. The second is the establishment of a new Priorities and Planning Committee to meet bi-monthly or as required to provide time for emerging issues and developing advocacy positions, and to take some of the pressure off of our current executive meetings and special meetings we have to call in order to deal with the business of council. The third is a confirmation of the main committees of council. They all stay the same with the addition of the new priorities and planning committee if it's approved. Number 4 is confirmation of the once-a-month meeting schedule of City Council and council committees throughout the year, with the exception of the Mayor's Housing Commission. The priorities and planning meeting is bi-monthly. The current schedule has only the executive committee and council meetings in July and August, and this would return to 12 months a year for committees meetings unless an insignificant agenda requires cancellation. Number 5 is the disbandment of all other advisory committees except emergency measures, and it asks that the city clerk return with a report in Q1 2019 outlining recommendations for public engagement through the redesign of Regina.ca. Number 6, City Council and committee agendas be posted on Wednesday at 1 p.m. prior to the week of the meeting, and that's a change because the current posting is Friday. And 7, the city solicitor make the necessary amendments to the procedure bylaw 9004 and the committee bylaw 2009-40 and the administration bylaw 2003-69 bylaws in accordance with council recommendations. Number 8 asks that the city clerk report back in 2019 with an option to add a diversity, equity, and inclusion advisory committee. And I would like that to be clarified, please. It doesn't say what kind of a committee. Was it meant to be an advisory committee or a council committee? And I think Councillor Bresciani, you made that. So it's meant to be an advisory committee, so we should add that to the recommendation. And number 9 is that item E 1833 be removed from the list of outstanding items for executive committee.
Have a second for that, please? Councillor Stevens? Just before we get into discussion with members of council, just a housekeeping one. We did table a bylaw that relates to recommendation number 4, which is the timing of our meetings. We have not decided yet. We're going to have a couple options brought back by the clerk in December. So number 4 is still a work in progress, but the rest of the report is as it stands. Speakers to the report. Councillor Young, do you want to continue on?
Your Worship, I would have an amendment to add to number 5. Number 5 is the disbandment of all other advisory committees except emergency measures. And then it asks the clerk to come back with recommendations for public engagement through the redesign of Regina.ca. And I think that's too narrow, and I would add, besides Regina.ca, I would add the establishment of ad hoc advisory committees as needed, and examples of other ways the city can significantly engage the public in an advisory capacity. So it broadens that report that would come back to other things. And I do not think that the intention was that we would never have another advisory committee if one was needed.
Okay, so just 1 second, where you read this, what is written down as an amendment, and I need a seconder for that amendment if possible. Councillor Massanelli, okay. So just a moment, we will. You want to perhaps repeat that, Councillor Young?
Yeah. The establishment of ad hoc advisory committees as required would be better than needed, which is what I said. And examples of other ways that the city can significantly engage the public in an advisory capacity.
Engage.
In an advisory capacity. And if I could speak briefly to that,
yep.
Your Worship, I'm thinking of Design Regina, which was an advisory committee that was an in-depth advisory committee, and I wasn't on council yet, but I know they spent hours on that committee, and it formed the basis of the OCP, the 25-year plan. So something like that would be really important for the city to be able to have. The other thing is that if we're going to have an advisory committee like that one, it's supported by the administration, because there's a focus on that area. And some of the other advisory committees that we're now disbanding did not have that kind of a focus and energy. And then I think that the administration does a great deal of stakeholder and community engagement right now, and I would hope at some point in time they would be able to inform us about a broad scope of what they're already doing that people may not know about.
Thank you, Councillor Young. To the amendment, anyone want to speak to the amendment? Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Worship. So I just want to be clear. So in this, would we be also engaging the general public in regards to the advisory committees and how they're going to move forward? Is that in there as well?
I don't understand.
So are we asking that there's going to be some public engagement with the residents as well in this piece?
Well,
or is it just for city administration?
This is very generally how can we engage the public in an advisory capacity, and there'd be many, many ways we could do that. The general public, yeah, as well as smaller groups of people, stakeholders, for instance.
So, okay, so that's great. So we're in here, we're saying that there is stakeholders and the general public will be also included in this advisory or this committee to come back in this report. Is that kind of what we're saying? Does it need to be added in there, or are you okay with that?
I'm okay because it's very broad. It says engage the public.
Okay.
City Manager.
Through your worship, just a point of clarification. So the amendment on the screen is that administration, in addition to what's already asked for in number 5, will bring forward recommendations that include examples of other ways that we can engage with public and stakeholders, as well as what is included with Regina.ca. This direction would not include us going out and doing a public consultation about those options.
No.
No, that might happen later if we choose to do that. This is just informing the report that you're bringing back to us.
Through your worship, that's correct.
Yeah.
The results of what we bring forward may then, at the direction of council, ask us to go out and do some consultation.
Yes.
But we'll bring our advice at that point as to how we can achieve what you've asked for.
Yes.
Okay.
Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Yeah, I think one of the biggest things here is that I know that we as a city want to engage, and we've done much more engagement in the last couple of years. I guess the only thing moving forward is the fact that I want to ensure that residents also have some feedback into this process. So I'll leave it this way for now, and I'll come back after this goes through.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have a request of Councillor Young. Would you be amenable to revising this to be a standalone point in this report rather than an amendment to number 5? And the reason I ask is I wanted to separate 5 when we voted on it. I totally support your amendment, but I see it actually branching into all the other points. Is that possible? So it might be the 10th item on this list.
I guess I need a little more information. So you're saying that this brings it back as part of the report, that we can then move from there and do other things with it if we choose to do it.
That's correct. I see this as standing alone. It tasks administration with doing some work related to point 5. I just don't want to be tethered to 0.5. I was considering separating that because it asks to disband committees. I don't want to throw out your amendment, which I support, with the topic of dismantling the existing.
So you don't want disbandment of advisory committees to be in the same thing as, let's look at other ways we might have advisory committees?
That's correct.
Let's not have a debate between the two of you.
I just
Okay?
want-
I understand, just order, please, okay? Just not debating back and forth
No,
between each
no,
other. Councillor Young?
I'm just clarifying. And that, I would accept that as a friendly amendment to separate it out into number 10.
Wonderful, thank you. My question, secondly, for Councillor Young, just for clarification again, we're recognizing that there's value in advisory committees. We're recommending that the accessibility advisory committee still stand. There's an introduction here of a new advisory committee. Would your amendment suggest that we, just to be clear, that we revisit how to make advisory committees more effective? Because that seems to be one of the concerns in some of these advisory committees, that for one reason or other they weren't effective because of how they were structured, organized. Does your amendment accomplish that?
No, it doesn't. It wants the city to bring back what it thinks are ways that it can work, and then that would be something that I think would happen after that. That if we're going to have them, then these are the things we think are important.
It's
to have.
implied in the motion that they have to be effective way to use them.
It could happen, but I don't think it's part of this.
So it's not implied then? It could happen, but it's not an implied component.
I think it's applied, but you're the mover of the motion.
It's
though.
implied. When
Yeah,
it
it's
when it comes
implied.
back,
Okay.
it would be, yeah.
That's all I need. So just to make sure administration and everyone's on the same page, the reading is you look at the structure and the staffing and support of advisory committees to ensure they're more effective in this context. Is that?
Yeah, and just a point of order, we could probably make that 5A and 5B.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor O'Donnell.
I interpret a little differently. And I would like to, if I could, ask the city manager to comment on that, please.
Do you know what's in the city manager's mind?
I saw his
Just
eye.
say
Saw his eye.
So,
Mr.
through your
Manager.
worship, if we're separating out the two motions, the first is that we take a look at how we can utilize Regina.ca as a very effective tool for public engagement. That asks for a report by the end of Q1 2019. If you want us to look at other opportunities to engage residents of Regina in public engagement opportunities, which may include advisory committees. Number 5 right now talks about disbanding. The new request would say, bring us back a report that gives us options and information about ways to engage with citizens of Regina. That may include a number of different opportunities. Advisory committees can still be a part of that. That report, I think, needs a bit more time from the administration, so I would ask that if we do 5A, that 5B come in Q2 of 2019. One is focused on Regina.ca, the other is a bigger piece of work, and we want to make sure we get the time to get the information that we can present to council so that you can make an informed decision.
If I could, thank you. I appreciate that. I think he interpreted this as I would. I'll make a couple of comments. We have done, and the city has, our staff have done, an absolute magnificent job when it came to the downtown plan. And I hope that Ms. Verisic maybe would comment later on that if I ask her that question. Because we had hundreds to thousands of people comment and get engaged over a period of time on a focused area. And now we have a downtown plan that is pushing development and people work together. It's been referenced that we had Design Regina. We went out, we meaning council, staff, everybody went out to where people were, handed them things, engaged with them, got them to respond. Again, to have thousands of people, now we have a Bible. And that's what people all refer to as how to design this city. We focused on a lot of things. I mentioned when we talked about this at the executive committee, there are many other ways, I'm going to use a phrase, modern ways where we can get people to come out and commit for a period of time on a single topic to give an idea and a reference so that whoever, whether it's council, whoever, can make a recommendation. Like all of you, I go to community association meetings. Every meeting I hear the same thing. We're struggling with membership. We're struggling to get people to come out and so on. We need to get people focused on topic. We need to get people focused on time. And so I'm very good with the recommendations that are before us, and I hope this is very open-ended.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other speakers? Councillor Murray.
Through your worship, just for, I know we've gone through a bit of it for clarity, for additional clarity on 5B now it is, we'd be specifically getting a report back outlining the roles that advisory committees would play in conjunction with all of the other mechanisms that we have for community outreach. Is that correct? Am I reading that correctly?
Mr. City Manager?
Through your worship, so 5A is around opportunities related to Regina.ca. 5B is what are the opportunities to engage citizens, residents of Regina, and ad hoc and advisory committees will be a component of that report.
Thank you. My question is if it's through the lens of those additional mechanisms. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. This concerns that the city clerk be directed to report back with an option to add a diversity, equity, and inclusion committee by 2019. It contains no terms of reference or no definition section.
We're just on the amendment, though. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Just
Sorry.
on the amendment. Yeah. Okay. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Young, if you could take the chair, please.
Mayor Fougere.
This has been a very helpful commentary, and the amendment is interesting. I just want to make sure I'm clear on this too. For me, the term ad hoc is very clear what that is to me. It is not a permanent committee. It is meant to be for a specific issue, and then it may go away. It's not permanent, and that's important. If it had been just a advisory committee, I would have said no to this. There are many other ways, Councillor O'Donnell said this, there are many other ways to engage the public. Advisory committees did not work for the City of Regina. One does. The Advisory Committee on Accessibility has worked well, but the rest did not work, not because the City of Regina administration didn't help out and try to provide resources. It just didn't work out. And so we struggled for a number of years to find a way to engage. And we kept one that did work. We have been engaging people. Again, it isn't recent. And I want to reiterate what Councillor Donald said about the Downtown Development Plan, the OCP, significant public engagement. Members of council meet with citizens all the time as public engagement. Our website will be one as well. There are many other ways to do this. Community associations could be engaged directly in, more directly involved in the affairs of city as well. So ad hoc committees the advisory committees are not the panacea. They don't solve everything. They're one tool in the toolbox, and let's not overplay that as being the solution to everything, because it simply isn't. I'll support this because of a wider view of public engagement that we want to have. I certainly support that. The ad hoc committees the advisory committees are ad hoc, which means they will not live forever and create work that doesn't need to be done. They finish what they start, they move on to something different. So I will support the amendment. Councillor Young, to close the debate on the amendment, if you want to. No. Okay. No other speakers on the amendment. I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we are back to the main motion as amended. I've had one speaker, that was Councillor Young. So we'll go to Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. To come back to the point I was making, number 10 on my iPad, that the city clerk be directed to report back with an option to add a diversity, equity, and inclusion committee. That is extremely broad and touches almost everything we do in one way or another. There's no terms of reference there. I'd like to ask the city manager if that is a sufficient direction for his administration to be able to report back.
Mr. City Manager?
Through your worship, when this item came up at executive committee, there was a concern obviously about making sure that as a community that we were inclusive and that we were looking at diversity and equity. What we would bring back is a proposed terms of reference as to what a committee like that would look like for consideration by council. I would suggest that we put a time frame in terms of bringing that back in Q2 of 2019. At the same time, we bring a discussion about other ad hoc advisory committees.
I'm prepared to move that as an amendment that the time frame be Q2 2019.
That could be a friendly amendment.
And I just add to that I hope when this comes back that there are boundaries that delineate this so that this committee doesn't in fact swallow up everything that we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stevens?
Great, thank you. Well, first off, I'd like us to vote separately on item 5. So when it comes time to vote on the report, that we can separate item 5. Secondly, the priorities committee. Sorry, I have some scribbles here. Just to clarify, this would be a public committee, much like the executive committee, structured in the same way. There would be a public notice. The content would be different. Some clarification, please.
It would be both public and private, and like any other standing committee of council, it would post its meetings.
Okay, thank you. In general, about the advisory committees, I kind of regret not having had a chance to at least see for myself the success, the failures, and the limitations. It makes it difficult. I've heard competing perspectives. Some say they were lobbying groups and advisory advisory groups or advocacy groups. My apologies. I actually support that. I've seen what kind of work they've done in Saskatoon. Some of them are great thorns in the side of council, as they should be. You could get teams of experts actually talking about political reform. I think they were serving their purpose there quite well. I'm also hearing accounts that some didn't meet, that it was really a free lunch for others. However, the Accessibility Advisory Committee suggests that, and from what I've heard, when it's staffed appropriately, you have experts from city administration and the community meeting to discuss a particular issue. We've seen, as I've heard, that translate into meaningful change in terms of how do we deliver services in this city. I think that's actually quite important. So in other words, it shows that the advisory committees are effective when they're properly staffed and when you have the right people around the table. And that's from actually city employees who I've spoken to, or former city employees who have been around that table, as well as members of the community. Certainly support the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. I think that's really important. We had some terms of reference that were debated back and forth at the executive committee meeting. I was happy with them, but I could see where this discussion was going. I'd like us to kind of see us, council, go down the road when it comes time to discussing that. Point 5. I'm a bit worried about the abandonment of one committee in particular, the Environment Advisory Committee. I think we have a wealth of public expertise in this city. We have folks at the University of Regina. We have community members, advocates. They came out for the renewable energy motion. I believe that type of public engagement deserves some focused attention. But I've received emails that had conversations about everything from waste management, water, our use of pesticides and herbicides. I think properly resourced and promoted, that particular Environment Advisory Committee could be quite effective, and I'd like to see it given some life. And I would motion that we keep the Environment Advisory Committee along with the Accessibility Advisory Committee, please.
Is that an amendment?
Yes. Amendment to 5. So for Amber's sake, simply put, the motion is that we keep the Environment Advisory Committee.
A seconder for that, please? Okay, Councilor Mancinelli.
If I could speak to the amendment.
You have 3 minutes on the amendment.
Just briefly, this is one I've heard the most about, and I've heard from dozens of residents and experts on this particular committee wanting to be part of it. When is it coming back? When can we join? My response was always, we'll wait and see. I'm told that it's under review. Sadly, it's kind of coming to the point of being disbanded without giving another look. So again, I think this is something that we need. It pieces together a lot of what we do at the city and provides another third or fourth perspective on the decisions that we make. I would really look forward to seeing something like this in action.
Thank you for that. Any comments on the amendment? On the amendment? Okay, so Councilor O'Donnell on the amendment.
Thanks. So earlier in our discussion, we talked about all sorts of ways that we could have engagement and so on. And I think rather than cherry pick one here or two there, I think there's merit in this. But I would prefer to see that the administration have a chance to look at this committee or this workplace with all sorts of other things. So on that note, I'll speak against it, but look forward that this is a topic that I would look to see how it's included in later.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Other speakers to the amendment? Councilor Young.
Your worship. That makes great sense to have an environmental advisory committee since we just passed a renewable Regina motion. But I think that should come at the same time that the report on the renewable Regina comes, so that committee will be struck to fit that motion as opposed to just using the same environmental advisory committee that we've had in the past. So I like the idea, but I think it needs to be where it belongs with the renewable Regina motion.
Thank you, Councilor Young. Others to the amendment? Councilor Murray.
Thanks, through your worship. It's just a question for administration on the requirements for the advisory or the environmental advisory committee as it was before. What were the requirements to be on it?
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't have that information at hand, Councillor Murray, but I do recall that we would solicit interest from people. I think that the advertisements that were run would have asked for people who perhaps worked in the environmental area, but that didn't mean it was only relegated to those members. We were looking for a cross-section. So I believe it's fair to say that we would have been looking for a balance of people working in the industries, perhaps academics, etc.
Okay. Thank you very much.
To the amendment. Councilor Bergevin, to the amendment.
Thank you. So just to be clear, from if we keep the old one or the one that Councillor Stevens is saying, are we saying there's a change there with we'd have to contact, like getting some it'd be new members, and it would be the same mandate of what was in there before, or would be something new for this?
Mr. Holden.
Through your worship, if council wants us to reestablish an environment advisory committee, we can do that. I mean, I think it would be appropriate, since it hasn't functioned for some time, that we look at the terms of reference. If we go back to looking at ad hoc committees, council has passed a renewable cities motion, and we've started to talk as administration, how do we engage the community in that conversation? So I just want to reinforce with council that although some of the standing committees, whether or not they served the administration well, doesn't matter. It was about information that we put in front of council. What's important is that as an administration, we recognize the importance of getting input from the public so that council can make informed decisions. And we will look for opportunities on a case-by-case basis, issue-by-issue basis. And we have mechanisms in place today. So we do have, community associations. We have other stakeholder organizations that we consult with on a regular basis. When we bring forward a report to talk about the need for an ad hoc committee, I think there's times when those are absolutely necessary. When we talk about pesticide use, we had a whole committee in place for quite an extended period that looked at pesticides and the use of pesticides, and we've taken significant strides as an organization to reduce pesticides. So, we'll bring forward information on ad hoc committees, but if you want an Environment Advisory Committee, we would revisit that in terms of the terms of reference and bring something for your consideration.
Thank you. So, so I would agree that I think just because we just have passed the renewable cities, that I think it would be very, very, it's on the radar now that we move in this direction, that we would have an environmental advisory committee. And I think we were told early when we first talked about this, if we found that there was an issue at heart, that we felt it was in the community, this is how it would happen. So I will support the motion that Councillor Stevens has made here in regarding to adding the Environment Advisory Committee.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. My thinking goes along the lines outlined by Councillor Young. The environment is a massive topic. There are different experts in different fields. There are different experts to deal with different kinds of projects. I think the proper way to handle this is, as projects come up, if the need is felt to have a committee and to have public input, which would be a good thing, that committee can be structured on an ad hoc basis with appropriate membership with focused objectives. I think that's a much better way of handling this. I also think, further to what the city manager has said, that in some cases you'll want an ad hoc committee. In other cases, you'll want different mechanisms for consultation, whether it's community associations, whether it's focus groups, whether it's online consultation. So I think the idea of public consultation on the environment is critical. I think what matters is that we do it well, and I think we can do it in a more effective way by doing it in a more focused ad hoc method than by just having one general environmental committee. So I won't support the motion for that reason.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other speakers to the amendment? Maybe? You can, but maybe other speakers. Councillor Young, I'm going to ask you to take the chair for a moment.
Mayor Fougere.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to take the view that I'm going to wait to constitute an advisory committee for the environment until we have a better understanding of the motion that's been put forward that was passed last month. I think it's important we do that first to understand what exactly the terms of reference are going to be. But to have one standing to be there all the time, I'm not in favor of that. Frankly, I'm not, and Councillor Hawkins said as much the same thing, and I think, Councillor Young, you agree with that as an ad hoc committee. But once we know what the outcome of the review by the administration is going to be, then we can certainly have a public engagement on the environment. There are many facets of that, and I think one committee that is there all the time, I just don't see that as being the way I want to go about that. So once we understand from the administration, I would be prepared to look at a advisory committee on the environment. So I won't support the motion tonight. I will support a mechanism once we understand the road we're going to be going down. Councillor Stevens, to close debate. 3 minutes.
So just for clarification, I would say this. The environment is not an ad hoc issue. It is a very closely interrelated standing issue. I understand that there's going to be a conversation and a lot of public engagement around the renewable cities. That deserves a very focused attention, its own ad hoc or potentially standing committee. Around the issue of selling our wastewater, around use of chemicals, herbicides, pesticides, how we deal with parks, all sorts of environmental issues. If we were to actually confront that on an ad hoc basis, we would be perpetually putting together ad hoc committees. This is an issue that happens every day. When we had that conversation about selling our wastewater, I would have loved to have seen the third-party perspective through an standing environmental advisory committee on what that would mean. I got excellent advice from administration, but this is precisely where a standing committee would be able to kind of come into action. We talked earlier about workload. Well, I have to do all this stuff on my own time. So if I want to talk to water experts, if I want to talk to pesticide experts, I have to do this all on my own time. And I do. I happen to work at a university, so it's convenient. It takes a lot of time. I shouldn't have to do that. In fact, we should have these advisory committees of experts whose sole focus is environmental stewardship at the ready to discuss these particular issues. Could have been great if we had focused on them as being part of the decision-making process. There's no room, I think, for an ad hoc environment committee. We need a standing environment committee that's constantly providing us advice on a broad range of issues. I hope I can count on your support for this.
Thank you. Closed debate. I'll call the question on the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's defeated. Okay, so we have had Councillor Young, Hawkins, Stevens on the main motion. Other speakers? Councillor Flagel, you're up next.
Thanks. I like how number 10 is written, and it's pretty clean, because what it does is it gives us an opportunity to open the door and see what new types of places that we can adventure into. Having the diversity and equity and all that is really good, because what it allows you to do is have people come forward, talk about what their issues are, and we're in a state of trying to repair little bits and pieces here, and I think going this route, we're going to have a rebuild. We just finished talking about, some of the things you're saying, like Councillor Young, it's sort of, people are talking about putting the cart before the horse. We've got renewable out there, but now we want to do an advisory, but we're not sure what we need the advisory for yet, because we don't know when renewables are coming. And so on and so forth. And I think this is the same thing. We've had committees, we've been trying to disband committees for 10 years because lack of attendance, lack of quorum, lack of interest from the general public. We now have a new web design coming out that might help initiate engagement by the public, even though it is by electronic instead of in person, but that seems to be the communication of the day, is Facebook, Twitter, et cetera, et cetera. All these types of things have probably taken away engagement, and I'm totally against that kind of technology, but that's the way it's going. I would rather be in front of people, handshake, talk, as opposed to going the other way. But it's happening, and we just have to engage it. Allowing this number 10 to be there, I think, is important, because it brings out a lot of different community groups, community stakeholders, ethnic backgrounds, all kinds of rich to less fortunate, etc. And then from there, in the spring, we can just sort of determine what we need to go back to. By putting out 5 or 6 or 7 different boards today, and they all sit there again, I think is wrong. I think if we go with one, see what that door opens, it gives everybody an opportunity to come and speak to it. We've had delegations here speaking on their behalf. I think those types of delegations will feel a lot more comfortable, because it's not going to be area specific. It's not going to be just one thing. It's not going to be just accessibility. It's going to be a whole broad range of ideas that we can then take back to administration and go from there. So I'm good with that one, and I'm going to support the whole motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Frondura.
Thank you, Worship. I'm pleased to see that Accessibility Advisory Committee is being retained. I'm biased. That was my committee. It worked very well. I remember when we started on the committee itself did not follow its report. So, for instance, if something came up to the committee, accessibility committee, it didn't follow up to the Community Protected Services, Executive, and the Council. So the work plan wasn't there. And if I'm listening to other committees, that didn't happen. So the blueprint is there for Accessibility Advisory Committee. They did very good on, for instance, things came up like a sidewalk, where we asked several to look in the areas and brought 5 recommendations on sidewalk. That worked. Curb cuts. When the stadium was built, committee was there advising how all that should look like. So that's one comment. My second comment is that we should be engaging our community associations. They are there in our neighborhoods. They are there in our community. They are there. We, as a city and the grants, we support their survival. We could add more support to the committees like that, and they could do a lot of things for us. And I do understand ad hoc to bring a committee up for something. Certain things will work, certain things don't work. And not everything works. There's some areas that committees they do a good job, some didn't. Items for on the agenda didn't show up. So let's look at the associations. Every corner of the city has one. And there are already groups, the volunteers are there. Councilors go too. And I notice a lot of the councilors, all the councilors here, are part of their community associations. So we are there already. And then what happened when the committees have changed their terms where councilor was not a chair, councilor became a liaison council, just sat there and advise and support the thing. So to me, it's a difficult thing because people might look at us and say, well, we don't want your opinion. That's not the point. The point is that we need valuable opinions, and we can probably get it some other ways. So I'm not sure if it's Victoria. Help me to, if I'm wrong, where they call on community to say we've got a problem or we got a need or we got an issue. 40 people, 100 people come up for a month or two, and they debate it, send it to council, report it here, and off we go. So to me, on the public engagement, like a couple of the councilors mentioned that they do their open houses. Well, that's where the community association comes in hand. Open houses, we have them. But I'm a little concerned on another subject, youth advisory. I was told that. Well, I'm not going to say what I was told, but the youth advisory committee, we need the young people to be part of it. So I'm hoping that when this motion goes forward and administration comes back, looks at how do we engage youth? What is the best way to do this? And so I will support the motion as it is to come back and tell us what this is going to look like. So again, I'm going to say community associations, zone boards. There was talk of zone boards. Let's involve them. We communicate through them. So I will be supporting the whole motion as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Brasciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. I remember when we first all came here and we were all elected as our first council this year, a couple points that we discussed as a council that was very, very important was two things: transparency and engagement with our residents. And that was loud and clear through our campaigns. And what we thought was important that we heard at the doorstep. Residents want to be engaged. That was one of the reasons that I decided to run on council. I felt my voice was not heard. Many of my neighbors, people I knew, heard their voice. They thought their voice was not heard. They maybe share something, and maybe it was through the webpage or maybe it was through somewhere, but they felt nothing was getting done. That's the difference when you have an advisory committee. You've got stakeholders working on a plan together. It's not an ad hoc, a one-off, but I have nothing against the ad hoc committees. I think ad hocs are great too. They will discuss the up-and-coming things that need to be done. But we need to have some standing committees. Those standing committees are sometimes they address the root of the problem and they will carry it forward. It's going to help us with our planning. It's not just going to be an ad hoc for 3 months and then it dies. One of the jobs, our jobs, not just as a council, but administration and cities, employees, it is our job to listen to the residents of Regina. That's our one major job. And I think we have to stop thinking that we know what's best for everybody. We know what's needed in the community. I think that, one of the reasons that like I said, I got involved, I continually asked every year about the accessibility committee before I was elected. When is that coming? When is that coming? When is that coming? And so I'm glad to see that that's going to be one of the ones that's going to be hanging on. But when we look at our advisory committees, many other cities around Canada and the US have advisory committees. Now, I get what we're saying, that we're going to go we're going to use the Regina.ca. The only concern I have is there's many residents that won't go to the website. I'm thinking about our seniors. They will not be using the website for engagement, to ask questions. And I actually agree with some of the comments that I heard, that it's easy to click, I agree. It's easy to click, make my little comments on there, because you're not faced with the person. You really have a good discussion when it's a face-to-face. And you're accountable for what you're putting out there as well. One of the things I think this is an opportunity that I think that we need to continue, and I'm not saying that I think the computer is one option, the website, ad hoc communities is another, and I think that we have to move forward with our advisory committees. And I'm pleased to see that we're going to consider the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Advisory Committee as well, because we are an inclusive city. One of the last things that I'd like to add is, how are we going to, for administration, how will it work? If we have an age-friendly group that says, we feel that we want to have an age-friendly committee, advisory group, how is that going to work? How will that happen? With what we're citing now, we're just going to allow people to go to the website and say, we would like to have a committee for age-friendly or for youth. How would the process work now?
Mr. Holden?
So through your worship, we have standing committees of council. So obviously we have the ability through our Community and Protective Services Committee, through our Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, to look at creating an ad hoc committee at any time. I think really we need to get innovative as an organization to look at what are the best ways to engage people. So yes, I agree. Regina.ca is one opportunity. It's not a silver bullet that's going to ensure that every resident of Regina has an opportunity to get engaged. But we need also to think about, how do youth really want to be engaged? And do they want an advisory committee? Or would they rather simply have an opportunity to use the device that most of them have in their hand to engage in terms of providing feedback to the city? Seniors. Seniors may or may not want to access a computer. They may or may not want to sit on an advisory committee. So I think we really do need to reach out and consider what's the most appropriate way to engage with our community. And we need a diverse range of opportunities, from what happens online, what happens through mobile devices, what happens through focus group conversations, what happens through engagement with community associations, what happens with stakeholder and special interest groups. We've got to look at the whole array of what the opportunities can be. That's our job, to explore that, and it will be different for different topics, different issues. We need to make sure that we can reach out and get some expertise from a particular interest group within the community. It all goes back to making sure that we can listen to the community, give the public an opportunity to have their say, and put information in front of council so that you feel that it's not the administration making a recommendation, it's administration providing their advice based on a community conversation. So how can those groups get created? I think we need to be innovative in terms of ways that we as administration, in conversation with community, can look for opportunities to bring those ideas forward.
Councilor Bresciani, your time is almost up.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I want to say, I think if we lose our advisory committees, which I'm hearing that that's not going to happen, we're going to work together with the public. I think it is vital to our work on council. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bresciani. Other speakers to the report? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay. Oh, wait, that's right. You want to, okay, we're going to vote for all except 5. All recommendations except 5. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we can put down on the screen what those two compose. 5 A and B. So the first part of 5 is what's written in the main report now. I'll call the question on that one. We're clear on that? This is A. I'll call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. B is Councillor Young's amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. It's great. Good work tonight, everyone. That's very good. Next report is Planning Commission, Councillor O'Donnell, and Report 106.
Thanks very much. Thank you. So, Regina Planning Commission zoning bylaw amendment application, public service zone to MX, mixed residential business zone, 1464 Broadway Avenue. May I have a seconder, please?
Second, please. Councillor Young.
Thanks very much. So you might recognize this as the former Tartan Curling Club. And so the opportunity here is that we do not know what this may become, but by changing the zone, it provides some opportunity. If you have been down the street lately, you'll notice that there's been some changes to some of the structures on there, including next door, which used to be SGEU and now is a mixed-use building. There is commercial across the street in terms of the grocery store and so on. And I feel compulsion here to remind council, we spent an evening about 2.5 hours discussing the Tartan Curling Club and a subsidy. And the good news, in my view anyway, is that the Tartan Curling Club has been amalgamated with the Cali, and it seems to be working, and everybody's looked after. And now they had a building that they could not afford to look after, that we have someone who wants to buy it and redevelop it. I would say that's been highly effective. And we don't have to spend 2.5 more hours on a $26,000 tax abatement. I ask for recommendation to be passed.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. We do have speakers. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. I noticed in the report that it said it could still be used as a curling club. Was there any discussion at planning about what the usage would be if it stayed as the existing model is today? Is there anybody?
Councillor O'Donnell, your chair, so you go ahead.
So simply by changing the zone doesn't mean it still can't be a curling club. I mean, the structure is there, but there seemed to be no appetite that in fact would be the case.
Okay. The reason I asked that is because that through the summer months it was used as a pickleball.
Yeah.
And there was a couple of issues, I think, with the floor being a little unlevel and stuff like that. But if there's no other option, that might be something that they could still look at in terms of if nothing happens by spring with that existing building, it might be something that could be left open to the pickleballers to at least utilize and have more court space. Maybe even right now, because obviously there's no curling. So maybe they can get in there right now. So whoever's on the pickleball committee, take note and give them a phone call. Thank you.
I wonder who that is. Any other speakers? Well, Councillor Bresciani, you want to talk about pickleball?
Hey.
Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Just one question. So as it's going to mix residential, was there any conversation in there about any seniors housing as it's close to the grocery store or anything like that, or is that too early to tell?
Councillor O'Donnell?
Through you.
The developer who came forward has no plan that's out, but if the zone was changed, they have the opportunity to look at many things. Whether it's residential or not, that is to be determined.
Thank you.
Other speakers to this? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Young for the bylaws. If you could move the tabling of bylaw 61.
Okay, I make that motion to table bylaw 2018-61.
Seconder for that, please. Councillor Murray, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Okay.
Continue on.
I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that bylaws 2018-55, 58, and 60 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Okay.
Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Council, having reviewed the associated reports, will now consider the following bylaws which have received the required public notice. 2018-55, respecting the proposal to raise the salaries of members of council arising from changes to the Federal Income Tax Act. 2018-58, respecting the proposal to allow for greater flexibility in possible future redevelopment on the 1400 block of Broadway Avenue. And 2018-60, respecting changes to the committee bylaw. If there's anyone in the gallery who wishes to address council on any of these, I would ask that you indicate your interest at this time. There appears to be no one, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll call vote on first reading. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Young?
I move, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, that bylaws 2018 55, 58, and 60 be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Flagel, that Council hereby consents to bylaws 2018 55, 58, and 60 going to the third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaws 2018 55, 58, and 60 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Councillor Young. Move on to delegation related report and bylaws. Next delegation is Judith Verasek. Ms. Verasek, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Thank you, Mayor Fougere and City Council. First off, I apologize. I forgot to bring my file on this, so if you have specific questions, I might have to refer to Ms. Bisdell for specifics. So, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Judith Verasek, and I'm here on behalf of the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. We are respectfully requesting approval of the proposed adjustments to our Business Improvement District boundary. Regina Downtown was founded in 1981 as a business improvement district, which was a new idea at the time. Local property owners, including Paul and Carol Hill of Harvard Developments, Harold Haig of Logie Shoes, and the late Robert Gardikiotis of the Copper Kettle, initiated the formation of Regina's Market Square. For many years, the original bid boundary stayed the same: the railroad tracks to the north, Albert to the west, Broad to the east, and Victoria to the south. Recent expansions have altered our boundaries south to 13th Avenue, along Broad between Victoria and College, east to Halifax Street, from Sass Drive to 13th Avenue. We now hope to expand our boundaries to reflect the growing investment opportunities to the east of our existing district. Our proposed expansion would include the area bound by St. John to the east, Osler to the west, South Railway to the north, and Sass Drive to the south. This area encompasses 15 commercial properties and is a key gateway into downtown Regina. RD Bid is self-funded through a bid levy assessed on commercial properties within the boundary. The levy fee is dependent on the assessed value of the property. Within the expansion area, most fees are estimated to range between $47 to $630 per annum. One property, 1650 Halifax Street, will be assessed $27.44.32 in bid levy should the expansion be allowed. Information packages were mailed out in July 2018 to the property owners. Of the 15 properties included in the expansion request, we received 3 comments of support for inclusion in the bid. These 3 comments represented 9 of those properties. Regina Downtown offers many benefits to its members. Our programs are intended to enhance those services already provided by the City of Regina. If the boundary expansion is approved, RD Bid will expand the following services to businesses and properties in the expansion area. Clean and safe services. We conduct regular sidewalk sweeping from April through October, depending on the weather. Litter removal and minor graffiti removal. We have determined that we would be able to provide cleaning services within the expansion area 1 to 2 times a week. However, if there's a situation that needs immediate attention, the business only needs to call us and we will deploy someone to address the problem immediately. Safety and security. Our operations manager has been working closely with RPS and other service providers in monitoring the safety and security of our district. This includes regular meetings with RPS and information sessions with downtown members. Where there are acute needs, we will assist in developing a solution that works for everyone involved. And advocacy. RDBID does a tremendous amount of advocacy work on our members' behalf. We have assisted with the development of solutions for our membership while also meeting the goals of our project partners. We have worked with the city on transit improvements along 11th Avenue, circulation and activation of City Square Plaza, and the future development of the rail yard lands. We have lobbied on behalf of our members for limitations on office development outside of downtown. We have ongoing meetings with City of Regina department heads to discuss downtown issues that our membership faces, such as infrastructure improvements, street and sidewalk cleaning, events and waste removal. We are optimistic that having this dialogue with key city staff will result in solutions that benefit our membership. As you can see, the value that we offer our members is tremendous, and we look forward to working with our new members to enhance and improve our downtown community. Thank you for your consideration, and I would be happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Versick, for your presentation, and there may be questions from members of council. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Through the chair. So, since I've been on the board on council, I've noticed the definition of downtown has been slowly creeping south and now further east. Why not creep conveniently down 13th, cross Albert Street, maybe across Broad a little bit more, and there's a stretch of businesses. What's preventing downtown BID from being a bit more comprehensive in how it defines itself and identifying those businesses in those areas from being part of what you do and who you represent?
Through you to the chair, the Regina Downtown BID considered a proposal with the Cathedral Village merchants, I'd say probably about 4 years ago now. In the end, we couldn't come to an agreement as to how the service levels would work with respect to existing BID staff and the levy that would be accumulated through the properties along 13th Avenue. So it was on the radar and then it fell off the radar. The heritage area along 11th Avenue is well serviced by Shayna Stock, the executive director with the Heritage Community Association. However, if she wanted to explore us expanding our boundaries to, overlay with her district, I think that's a conversation we could have in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, evening, Judith. I'm not sure that everybody always understands what a business improvement district is, so I'm going to make a statement. You tell me if it's right. People will pay more tax to get some service and are happy to do so.
That is absolutely correct. That is absolutely correct.
Yeah. So you're really providing services to business, and you're doing it on an invitation basis, and you've been able to hold your borders, but actually expand them.
Through you to the chair, that's absolutely correct. This to let the rest of council know, I didn't mention it in my speech, but the businesses within this 2-block area, they requested that we initiate this expansion. So this was not the BID going out and saying, yes, I think we should take over this area. A new property owner acquired some of those properties. They reached out to us asking us if we would be willing to expand our boundaries. So I think that's a testament to the service that we offer and to the headway that we're making in making downtown the place to invest and do business.
Thank you. And so would a business improvement district be common across Canada?
Through you to the chair, absolutely. I believe the count right now is about 500 business improvement districts across Canada. The majority of them being obviously in Ontario and in BC. A lot of the bids in Saskatchewan are centered within Saskatoon and Regina.
Good. So if you don't mind, just a comment. You held a little event the other day. There was a little bit of Santa, a little bit of horse carriage, and a little bit of tree lighting. About how many people showed up in the evening?
Through you to the chair, our estimate was about 1,000 families, so parents and their kids coming out. This event has grown exponentially. I think this is our 3rd year growing, and I believe the first year we started off with about 500 Last year, we were about 750, so we're growing by about 250 people every year.
Yeah, it was very good, thanks. Last question, you have a document that I think you reference a lot of times. It's called the Downtown Plan. Was the public engagement useful? And in fact, do you have a useful plan?
Through you to the chair, absolutely. So going back to the previous comments, the downtown plan is still the foundational plan for all of our strategic plans that we've developed since that was worked on in 2009. I believe it was adopted in 2010. We have since developed 3 strategic plans for our organization, and it always links back to the downtown plan. I think it's always a work in progress. We're still, I believe you as council get an update every year. There's 37 recommendations, and some of them are completed, some of them are longer term, and some of them are in a state of implementation at this point in time. And we always look for ways that we can use our levy and our resources to help get the whole community to the goals and the vision of that plan.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you. Good evening. You're talking about security and safety and all that. That kind of piqued my curiosity when you mentioned that the businesses in the area asked you to join. Is there some of their concerns is with the security and safety in that area? Through you, Mr. Chair?
Through you to the chair. The request, I believe, is coming not from a safety standpoint, but from a development opportunity standpoint, in that the downtown area, it has a specific zone designation that may be amenable to future development. And should they become a member of the bid, there would be opportunity to extend the downtown zoning district to that area and have it be in line with I guess, everything else within the downtown bid.
Okay, thank you. That makes clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Other questions to the delegation? I have one, and I want to go back to your presentation. If I read this correctly, of the 16 properties that were included in the expansion request, you received 3 comments to support the bid, and those 3 comments represent 9 of the 16. Did you talk to all the other property owners and see what they thought as well?
No, we did not. A written communication was sent out, but we did not do further outreach.
Okay, so how do you determine whether the geographic area is accepting this or not? Because I know in previous expansions, which I was more closely, I was more close with, there was a fair amount of discussion with all the owners to say yes or no.
I think with this particular property or this area, of the 16, a lot of them are vacant, so there isn't a logical person, like there's not a door to knock on. So that's why we reached out, and I believe through the city tax department, they are not allowed to share with us any specific contact information other than what's on the tax roll. So we're very limited to a mailing address.
So I will certainly support the recommendation, but I'm just concerned that if someone doesn't have a voice and they receive an assessment for bid on their tax bill, they may get their attention. So what happens?
Well, on our end, that's something that we would have to deal with in terms of communication and education. I am not sure on the city's end if there's any recourse on that.
Okay. So would they have a chance to appeal, for instance, and say, look, we just didn't know about it until just now. We do or we don't. They can confirm or ask that they be taken off. Would that happen?
At this point in time, when we've had other expansion areas, we did not allow for, I guess, donut holing, if you will, and almost spot levying. However, I would defer to city staff to answer the legal part of that.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll have another statement to make when we do the main report. That's good. Thank you. Thank you very much. No other questions? You can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hawkins, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. On behalf of the Finance and Administration Committee, I move that the city solicitor be instructed to amend the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District bylaw 2013-80 to expand the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District as depicted in Appendix A to this report, and two, that this report be forwarded to the November 26th City Council meeting for approval.
A seconder for that, please. Councillor Stevens. Do you want to continue to?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I might put to the city administration the question that you asked. What happens if a business in the business district gets its tax notice and has a concern about its bid levy as it appears on the tax notice?
Ms. Howard.
Through Your Worship, just to go through the process, 2 letters were sent to all of the landowners, and in that correspondence, it did indicate what was happening in terms of the expansion. It was the Finance and Administration Committees. This is all outlined in Appendix D. But when it comes to an appeal, there would be no appeal. This is the point in time when a landowner is to come to the public hearing to voice any concerns that they would have, should they not wish to be part of the downtown bid.
Thank you very much. It's the answer I was looking for. In other words, all reasonable attempt was made to contact people, proper notice was given, and 9 of 16 people replied and supported the extension of the boundaries. I think this is a good news story for the downtown. It reflects the growing vitality in the downtown, and the Finance and Administration Committee was happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Discussions on the report. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Bylaw. Councillor Young.
I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaw 2018-59 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaw 2018-59 be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Murray, that Council hereby consents to bylaw 2018-59 going to the third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Bresciani, that bylaw 2018-59 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. We'll go on to delegation related motion. Mr. Dylan Morin. Mr. Morin, good to see you this evening. If you can state who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions from members of council afterwards.
Good evening. My name is Dylan Morin. I am a transit ride user and a paratransit user. I'm here tonight to ask that the Sunday service be improved. The reason why is, number one, I take transit, paratransit during the winter, and city transit as much as I can in the summertime. The reason why I'm asking for these improvements is because I would like to see the Sunday service be like the Monday to Friday service. Mainly because I don't like that the Sunday service for both transit and paratransit ends at 7:15 p.m., which is the last bus is leaving downtown at 6:30. I am involved with the Special Olympics track and field program, which meets Sunday nights from 6:30 to 8 p.m. at the field house. There are a number of individuals that take transit and paratransit that have to rely on a ride at 8 p.m. for those individuals to have their parents or caregivers come and pick them up. There are several individuals that still want to go out for supper on a Sunday night, but can't afford. But they could get a ride. They could get transit or paratransit on a Sunday night, but if they want to come home, the option is to go by taxi. There's several individuals that can't afford to pay for a taxi. I am asking City Council to subsidize taxi trips for people with disabilities, especially on the Sunday nights. How I would suggest that would work is the person with a disability that experiences disability, pardon me, that would pay the cost of a transit trip or a paratransit ride, and that the city would pay for the rest. And that would be like subsidizing the cost. Like the city would be subsidizing the cost for them to get a ride. I want to thank you for letting me speak tonight. I will answer all further questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, Dylan, you're probably the most social guy I know. So could you walk me through the types of organizations and how many people might benefit from the extension of these hours and improved Sunday services? So maybe think of the groups that you're part of and other things.
Well, Best Buddies. Best Buddies, we've had in the past, before this ruling came into effect, that paratransit was decreasing their hours. We used to have evening events. We've had to move our events to afternoons. The latest we've gone is 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock to 4:30 with buses, if we have events picking up at the university, picking up at 5 o'clock. Special Olympics, like I just added. One other thing I want to add is I would like to see a city bus stop near the Douglas Park track in Livel Field. Me involved with the transit program and individuals that are going through the travel training program through Creative Options Regina and the partnership with the city and the university, that would be beneficial.
Great. Thanks a lot, Dylan.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Brasciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Dylan, for coming forward, being the advocate that you are.
Thank you.
So Sunday night, are accessible taxis always available?
Accessible taxis are available, but whether the individual could afford to pay for them, that's a different story.
So for you to take a taxi and go to where you want to go on a Sunday night, what would a taxi cost you about?
From the field house to my place, maybe around $12. But if I do that, that all adds up.
Yeah.
And for somebody with a disability and somebody with a fixed income, that could not benefit. That would be cutting into their food budget.
So Dylan, how would this work? So you're saying that a portion could be covered by the city. How do you see this working on Sunday nights?
Like I said, a person with a disability, a transit user, or a paratransit user would call up a cab. If this would be put into motion, they'd call up a cab, say, I need a car at Dairy Queen on Elphinstone. They get in the car, they say, take me to Milton Heights Tower. That user would pay the fee, which is $3.25, and the city would cover the rest.
Okay. So there'd have to be something worked out with the taxis,
Yes.
associations.
There would have to be meetings with all cab companies that would want to be involved.
Okay. And one last question, just in regarding, through you, Your Worship, in regards to paratransit. What about the time? So you said it runs Sunday nights until 7:15?
Yes.
Is that right?
8 a.m. to 7:15 p.m.
And when
I also want to see transit service improved, not just paratransit. Because I go to church along with several other individuals, and my service gets out at 11:05, and when and that bus comes to pick me up at 11:05, and if I miss my bus, I'm waiting an hour.
That's transit, city transit.
Yes.
Yes, yeah, okay. But back to just paratransit.
Okay.
Just the last question I have is, how long do you usually have to wait? Do they give you a time with paratransit? Do they say, I'll be there if you say at 8 o'clock? They're there around the 8. Is there a window of time?
Yes, there's like, in my area, there's about 8:15 to 8:35.
Just about a 15-minute or half
Yeah.
an hour? Okay. Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. There are no other questions. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll now consider the motion. Councilor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Could I get a seconder, please?
Seconder. Councilor Barshani.
Terrific. So, simply put, what this is looking for is a report with information regarding Sunday service and evening service for both paratransit and regular transit, and to see if we can make a business case for extending these services. So I'm not asking for it to be included in any budgetary manner, but simply to ask administration to put this data together and tell us whether or not we can make the case for this. Sunday service, especially if we're thinking about improving access to public transit, this is actually a way of stretching the value of individual and monthly fares. So I'm seeking a report, again, for data on transit services and whether or not we can make a business case for improving these services. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stevens. Are there other speakers to the motion? Councilor Findera.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, I'd just like to pose a question to the administration. When, I think a couple years ago, last year or 2 years ago, didn't we pass or added some funds to the taxi? So anyone who is part of is on the list of the paratransit has the ability to call a taxi and pay the same amount of funds as if you ride with the paratransit bus.
Mr. Onright.
30,000? Yeah.
Through your worship, so a couple of years ago there was money added to the paratransit service for taxi service. I believe it was $30,000,
right.
32, which allowed paratransit when they're booking trips to utilize the accessible taxis to fill trips that were not being filled before. That has, just as a point, that has really gone in a positive manner towards reducing the non-filled paratransit trips.
Okay, so just to the delegation to he can use individuals are able to access that service. So if you make a phone call and the person is on the list, they can access that. Yes.
No.
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, no, individuals don't access the service. It's not subsidized that way. Paratransit utilizes the accessible taxi service to fill their booked services. So if they don't have room on a paratransit bus to fill a trip, then that will go to a accessible taxi. I'll ask Mr. Bells to add his comments.
Mr. Bells.
Through you, your worship, just to be clear, the taxi service that we use is only when the hours of operation are running, so it would cease as well on 7 p.m. on Sunday nights.
Thank you, Your Worship. So through you, just want to be clear about what this ask is and what Dylan's dealing with and the individuals after those hours. So that makes clear, makes my decision a little easier to make when we go forward with this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Findera. Councilor Barshani.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I too would be interested in finding out more about how many riders there would be, or how many individuals are kind of looking at needing service after the 7:15 p.m. Would we have any data at all on that? Has there been any requests in this regard for that kind of service to be extended?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Bells to comment, but I think the intent, if I understand the motion correctly, will be to gather that information, bring it back in a report to council to consider and look at the services provided and how or what the potential would be for expanding Sunday service, whether it be hours in the evening or in the morning, or a combination of both, and the cost impacts that would have on the budget.
Mr. Bells, do you have anything to add?
No, that's good.
Okay.
Thank you. And if I can just add on to Councillor Van Deur's question, in regards to the taxis that are just there for the hours that are there now, is that fully used, and is there anything left in that little budget that could be carried over to past the 7:15?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Bells to comment.
Mr. Bells?
Through your worship, the funding that we have in our taxi budget in our paratransit portfolio is used for in its entirety. It will be used by the end of this year in December. We were very happy to receive that funding years ago. That it definitely helps us with our unaccommodated trips, and now we're meeting service high 99% range. So we really appreciate it, and we're definitely using it to its full capacity.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prashani. Councillor Flegel.
Thanks. Couple of thanks, and one is to Mr. Moran for coming forward and speaking for us, but the other one is for Councillor Stevens, who's brought this forward in terms of an ask, not just a demand. So I appreciate you just let's get the information so we know what we're doing. It's becoming a bigger challenge. We're getting to be a bigger city. Usage is up everywhere, but I noticed that you mentioned the UPass as well, but was there not a couple of interest groups that are also looking to jump on board with the UPass? I just heard like a week or two ago of another institution of some kind, and it's not the SIIT guys either. It was another. So is there a name floating around there that's looking to utilize the UPass?
Mr. Bells? Mr. Leonard?
We've had various conversations with other groups, nothing to announce at this time. The ones that you mentioned with the university and SIIT are in place, but conversations continue with other organizations at this time.
I guess I'm wondering too, are we getting asked of this extended hours on Sundays by the UPass users, the university, the Students' Union, SAS Poly? Are we getting asked to expand past 7 o'clock on Sundays by those groups?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, so as we continue the partnership with the university, there are ongoing conversations about how to improve the service to the university.
Okay.
And that is ongoing also with the SIAS Polytech
Right.
group.
Okay. The other thing is, what's the start time in the morning on Sundays?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, 8 a.m.
8 a.m. Okay, so it's not the standard 6 a.m., so that's fine. No, I'm full support of this because I think we need to address Mr. Moran's concerns and anybody else that's going to utilize it. And maybe we have to expand that 30,000 to help them out a little bit too. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flegel. I have a question of the mover of the motion, and it says, because it's not clear to me what he's asking for a business case, but then he uses the term based on potential ridership. I think the administration probably has an empirical way to say there's a certain number or a threshold of some kind. The potential ridership, are you suggesting, Councillor Stevens, that we devise something based on potential ridership or de facto ridership?
It's a great question. I would leave this to administration to come before council with as much information as possible. One, what the potential would be if we opened up this service further, as well as what we know about how it would cost and what kind of ridership we would be able to solicit if we were to improve service. So I'm hoping that administration comes back to us with as much information as possible to see whether or not we can make a case for this type of expansion of service.
That I understand, but the way it's written is that you may want to have the service extended on potential ridership versus actual numbers. I just make that as a comment.
Thank you. Maybe administration might want to comment on how they're reading it, what they would come before us with.
Mr. Rahman, how do you interpret that, the second point in the resolution?
Through your worship, I think as we pull together the information in discussion with other municipalities to see what their ridership is, what their hours of service are on Sundays, we would be able to bring the report forward that would look at what an increase in ridership would look like with expanded hours, would be in a little more general terms by doing it that way through the gathering of information with other municipalities. We may be able to gather some information also through Canadian Urban Transit Association that would help with defining what that might look like. It wouldn't be a definite because we would be building some models that would give some variation in what that might look like.
Mr. Arnold, do we have criteria we use when we look at any service to expand in a new neighborhood, be it paratransit or transit, where we say there must be this number of people or percentage of people or some threshold we have to go through to say we will expand?
Through your worship, yes, we do, and we also look at current routes. These are service levels that have been set by council. Current service routes are the base is 15 passengers per bus hour. We collect that data weekly. We collect it daily and look at those statistics ongoing. We have brought that to committee in the past to let committee have a look at these routes. This has been part of the decision making. If you think of the Arcola Express route, that was the criteria used to make some changes to some of the underperforming routes to take those dollars and move that to a route that was in very high demand and is currently performing extremely well.
Last question, Mr. Onwright, would you use the same service level criteria for this report as you do for others?
Through your worship, yes, we would.
Thank you very much. That's good. Any other discussions on the report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Mayor, can we take a 10-minute recess?
10-minute recess. I have a seconder for that, please. Councillor Young. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll come back at 5 after 8. You'll move it?
Yes, I move the tabling motion.
Okay, table motion. Okay. No seconder for that. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We now move to executive committee. Councillor Young, we have 4 reports. Oh, we need, yes, Councillor Massanelli, yes.
He's having coffee.
Forgot about that.
Okay.
Councillor Massanelli, I apologize. We did table the Board of Police report, which is not debatable in any case, so you didn't actually miss anything, but we did table it. Sorry about that. Apologize. Councillor Young.
Your Worship, I bring forward CR 18109, which is an agreement for funding of grade crossing improvements under the Rail Safety Improvement Program, the Northwest Link Multi-Use Pathway. This Northwest Link Multi-Use Pathway is part of Regina's 441 kilometers of multi-use pathway systems, and it completes a link in the cycling priority network in the Transportation Master Plan. And these pathways are used for cyclists, walkers, runners, skateboarders, roller skates, skaters, bladers, and skiers. And Councillor Murray on his skateboard. So We're asking that the authority to approve of and enter into an agreement with Transport Canada, that we give the authority to the Executive Director, City Planning and Development, and it further authorizes the city clerk to execute the agreement with the review and approval by the city solicitor.
Seconder for that, please. Councillor Dowell. Do we have any speakers to this? Councillor Dowell.
Thanks. I'd like to describe this, and since I spoke to you at Executive Committee, I can add a little bit to the conversation. One, this is a very highly used area, but when you get to this point at the CN tracks, people were, for a number of years, expected to dismount off their bikes and carry the bike a short distance, get on Reed Avenue, go up to Dorothy, go down Dorothy where there is a grade crossing for the tracks, over to Hanson, down Hanson, and then back onto the bike path. Might surprise you to think that some people didn't like that. And so they were starting to carry their bikes over the tracks and knock down the fencing that was there as a protection. And that went on for quite some time. And when the days were nice, and maybe when the days weren't that nice, a number of younger folks would just not get back on their bike, head down to the water, head onto the trestle bridge, go down the tracks, and it really got to be an unsafe situation. The CN rail, as it comes back into town there, uses a lot of horn and goes very slowly, but there was lots of times when there were many, many kids. What's also interesting in what's happened, and it's what really got CN to agree to this, I wasn't part of the negotiations, but I've heard, is that I wanted to take you down Reed Avenue, the back alley. So house ends, there's a normal size back alley, whatever that is, 7 meters. Then the next is CN property, which approximately before the tracks is about the width of another alley. So in other words, about 7 meters. A lot of folks over the years were parking their cars, their boats, I don't know, stuff, always on that CN property. CN tried to be a good partner for a long time and a good neighbor and didn't force people to remove it. But it got to the point where we were getting neighbor versus neighbor dispute. So now part of this is a fence is going up on the easement where the city has property to protect people from the rail line so that those kids, adults, that used to go down the trestle bridge and so on can't do that anymore, but also can't cross down a street, in this case behind Reed or behind Hanson. So this is a huge safety improvement, and would really like to see this pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dowell. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. Just real briefly, 1991, I lived in this area for 9 years prior, and it was a mess then. And my cousin actually used to live across the street on it at Hanson. And she just would freak out because she'd see all kinds of unsafe stuff going on there. So vast improvement, and it's going to be great for the area, and support it as well.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other speakers to the report? All those in favor? Those opposed? Carried. Councillor Young.
Forward CR 18110. Council appointed and approved the elected member appointments to committees for 2019, and there is one vacant position for finance and administration that has not yet been filled. And I don't know if you want to try to do that this evening or...
Well, if anybody wants to volunteer to fill the position on finance administration, they could do that tonight. Otherwise, we'll have to have another discussion or ultimately amend the bylaw if no one wants to go on there. But I know that Councillor Murray he wants to do this. I know he does.
He's already on it.
Are you on already?
I'm already on it, Your Worship.
Go on it again.
I did say we could add something to it, but...
Okay, let's move on because we still have quite a bit of agenda. But anybody tonight, before the end of the meeting, wants to do that, we can simply add a motion at the end of the night to put that person on.
We
So
would be happy
please,
to do that.
please consider this. It's really quite important.
All right. Okay.
So
That's all.
that's all you have. I would like actually, Councillor, if you take the chair. Go this way, I think.
He hasn't had a full rest.
I would like to move an amendment to the report, and This relates to the appointment of a member of City Council who sits on SUMA to be in a rotational basis as part of the Executive Committee. We talked about this during our appointments process, so I'm going to read a motion. I believe it may come up here in just a moment. That I move seconded by a councillor, that's a Councillor Fandera. The City Council appoint Councillor Mike O'Donnell to be the executive member position on the SUMA Executive, continuing the regular rotation of the seat between Regina and Saskatoon council members. I think it's important we make a statement that we want to honor the rotation that takes place, and this is the motion I'd like to do. So I have a second for that, please. Okay. Okay.
Okay, are there any speakers to this amendment?
Yeah, I just close by saying this is an important element of securing our rotation within the movement between Regina and Saskatoon. We have a convention coming up in January, February, where that will take place, and this will make a statement that we are prepared to and expect to see that rotation take place. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want me to do the vote? Okay. Are there any speakers to this amendment? If not, all those in favor? Carried unanimously.
Councillor Dowell.
Process, I appreciate the support and the motion going forward. I would ask that the mayor's office or whoever appropriate, the clerk, just send that information to the SUMA office. Please.
That would be a given, Councillor Dowell. Usually it's my office that does the communication, so we'll do that. Yes. Any further discussion on the report as amended? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Young. Citizen appointments?
Do you want to say what you're doing? Yeah.
Your Worship, I will have to remove myself, or my sister sits on the school board liaison.
You can stay with your speaker on.
You can stay and we'll do that
Sorry.
last. Okay.
Just repeat it again, Councillor Brashani.
Oh, yeah, Your Worship, I will be removing myself for the vote for number 7, as my sister does sit on the school board liaison.
Fantastic. Thank you. Duly noted.
Okay. So CR 111, council and organizations have appointed the following public members to boards and commissions and committees. Your Worship, I would like to note that there were a great number of citizens letting their names stand for those openings, and we should thank them on behalf of the city for having an interest in becoming a citizen member of one of our committees. So the committees where the appointments have been made is the Board of Police Commissioners, the Board of Revision, the Development Appeals Board, the Regina Planning Commission, the Regina Public Library Board, and the Mayor's Housing Commission, and a board representative and 2 administrative reps on behalf of the Regina Public School Board, which are appointed for 1-year terms. And there are 2 vacant spots, one on the Board of Revision and one on the Regina Public Library Board, that will be filled at a later date and brought to council for approval. And so I will not do the Catholic Board until
we'll hold off on 7.
We can pass those.
Yes.
And then, okay.
So I get a seconder, please, for the report, Councillor Murray. So we'll be voting on recommendations 1 to 6. We'll skip 7 and 8, 9, and 10. So 7 will not be voted on. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Brashani.
Get out. So now I move number 7, which is Regina Catholic School Board representatives to be appointed to the School Board City Council Liaison Committee for 1 year.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Okay.
And move on to report 112, which is the appointment to the Board of Directors of the downtown bid. Councillor Young.
I'm bringing forward 18-112. It's the 2019 appointments to the Board of Directors for the Regina Downtown Bid. And there are 5 members that have been appointed to a 2-year term.
Okay, can I have a seconder for that, please? Councilor Murray? Any discussion? All those in favor? Those opposed? Carried. Finance Administration now, we move on to Report 14, because we did table Report 13, of course. We moved the agenda for the evening. It's been tabled already when we do the agenda itself. So Report 14.
Thank you very much. I move on behalf of the Finance Administration Committee recommendation as follows: that the 2019 Greenfield Servicing Agreement fee and development levy rates be set at $442,000 per hectare for residential and commercial development and $147,333 per hectare for industrial zone development, itemized as follows and approved effective January 1, 2019. There follows a chart that itemizes it, and 2, that this report be forwarded to the November 26th City Council meeting for approval.
Thank you, Councilor Hawkins. Are there other speakers to the report?
I need a seconder.
Seconder, yes. Councilor Bashani?
And your worship, I just note that these, with except for minor adjustments, these FAF and DL rates are the same this year as for last year. There was a discussion at Finance and Administration, which was attended upon by Regina and Regional Home Builders Association, indicating that they were generally in favor, but they had some concern that the $30 million future wastewater treatment plant was being included in the SAF financial model. The administration explained, and I believe the committee concurred, that the amount included was the lower end of that yet undefined project, but it was certain that the project would have to go forward in some form as the city moved towards 300,000 people.
Thank you
very much.
Councilor Stevens.
Great, thank you. So just to clarify, these fees have been frozen. We've seen a pretty ambitious and pricey water master plan, $1 billion over the next 25 years. We're freezing the SAFs. How is the growth and the increasing cost pressure of our infrastructure accounted for in this model?
Ms. Howard?
Your Worship, the SAF model is governed out of the Planning and Development Act, so only projects that are related to what the Act says we can charge for. So all of those plans are taken into consideration when we're looking at the projects, and then it's looked at for that growth horizon. So we have a very robust model where we look at all the projects that are needed, and water and wastewater projects are always included, and those projects get put onto the list. So for this example, as Councillor Hawkins indicated, there is a $30 million project for the wastewater. It hasn't been totally scoped yet. It's at the lower end. So the water ones are the exact same. So we work with the RHB every year going through our project lists to make sure that we're being accountable to them and to all of the projects that we see coming forward to ensure that the costs are adjusted accordingly.
Great, thank you. My follow-up has to do with the extent to which these current fees invest in, well, your department, planning. Are we considering the increased workload, or considering system-wide effects on corridor plans, neighborhood plans? Do these SAFs meet the objective that is kind of shouldered by planning now and into the future?
Ms. Howard?
Through your worship, again, we do have an admin fee, but those again have to be very specific to the infrastructure projects and the infrastructure that we deliver. We do have the planning and sustainability reserve that looks at the fees, and that's separate from this. Okay. That is fees that pay for planning applications, and so there is that model where we look at what staffing we need to deliver on applications. The corridor plans and those sorts of things currently are not funded from those models because they're more broadly used throughout the city. But that is something that definitely when we look, we're doing a planning and sustainability reserve review right now. Okay. But because of this, again, it's a very prescriptive model, and what can be charged to this is very specific and can only be done through the Planning and Development Act.
Thank you. To that point, do we have an interest in opening up that conversation with the province to expand what we can include in and through the SAFs?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, there was just a review of the Planning and Development Act, and we did put forward requests to include other infrastructure such as transit, fire stations, but at this time the province was not willing to add that to the list of eligibility within the Act.
Okay, thank you. Don't sit down yet.
Okay.
Don't let her sit down.
So, okay, well, to that point, I would ask, is growth really paying for growth through these service agreement fees? So transit, those other services and that other kind of infrastructure is part of our growth formula, but not accounted for in the current model. Can we fairly say then we're constrained and we can't actually have a growth, pays for growth model without that being included in the provincial legislation?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, the first stages of growth is putting in the infrastructure, and that's what the SAF is all about, is about getting the infrastructure put in place for the initial capital costs.
Okay.
When we say growth pays for growth, the SAFs are not the long term. There's always operating, maintenance, and replacement, and that is done through the tax base. So, or other funding mechanisms that may come through grants, et cetera. But the servicing agreement fees are about getting the initial capital in place. So I believe when we're looking at that, this model is fair in that respect. No, it doesn't buy the buses or those things, because that comes later when users are there using the systems in place. And of course, that one it has been decided that it is a subsidized service for the citizens. So it is a later effect. We did bring up that we would like, as I said, through our consultation, that we would like to see it expanded, but at this point we are not allowed to. So I believe we're doing what we can based on the legislation we have in place today.
Okay, thank you. On, I believe, Wednesday or Thursday, we're going to be talking about sidewalks and pathways, infrastructure and capital costs. Is that something that is included in this costing formula? And maybe I would include bike lanes and other forms of multimodal capital infrastructure. Is that included in provincial legislation?
Charlotte?
Through you, Your Worship, when there is greenfield development that needs connectivity, it is included. Okay. So we do have portions of it. So the model is split. It is a complex model, but there is portions of project where if it's triggered by growth, so we need to expand a roadway to make it bigger because there's more growth of the city, then that portion would be attributed to the SAF model, whereas the existing infrastructure that we have to replace or those, that's taxpayer funded or funded through grants or other mechanisms.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Flagel.
Oh. Thanks. Just clarify for me, when you say greenfield, what are you talking about as opposed to brownfield?
Charlotte.
Through Your Worship, so greenfield is lands that have never been developed on, so they're typically on the periphery of the city, whereas brownfields are redeveloped sites. Redevelopment sites would pay something such we call development levies,
right?
If they're warranted on that site.
Okay, so greenfield would be Coopertown, the
Harbour
towns,
yeah.
Harbour Landing, anything that's brand new.
Right.
Brownfield would be old gas stations and et cetera, et cetera. So is there not more of a cost to us to redevelop brownfields than greenfields? To us?
Ms. Harlock?
To us, the infrastructure is already in the ground.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
So that's part of the reason why development levies, it's portions that may be required, because the other thing with the servicing agreement fees and development levy charges, they can only be charged once for the one set of infrastructure. So if it's new infrastructure that they need to access, then we're allowed to charge that again.
Okay. Through you, and I just want to clarify this. In order to have wastewater, which we're going to look at maybe $30 million, you also have to have water to get wastewater, right? So why do we not add a component into there? We're saying $30 million to upgrade the wastewater, why don't we add a $30 million to contribute to enhancing the water? Because we're looking at $50 million to Buffalo Pound. I'm just trying to clarify why we're not asking for the water as well.
Yeah, so within the model, there is water and wastewater. So if you look on the screen, the transportation projects, so the way it's broken down is transportation, $223,000 per hectare is attributed, that's what the developers pay to put towards transportation projects that we are going to need to advance development in the next 25 years. And then it's broken down water, wastewater, drainage, et cetera, parks and rec, and then admin. Every year we look at the projects, and the more information that we get through master plans, those projects might change and the numbers might change. The one thing to your brownfield question is, we also have an infill rate that we charge. So as intensification happens on sites that are already existing and then redeveloped, council did pass a policy just recently with respect to infill. It's not here because it's a separate policy and it doesn't take effect until October 2019.
Okay, I guess what I'm trying to clarify is that we're identifying $30 million for wastewater going forward, but we're not saying anything else about a specific number. We're saying 107,000 for water, 223 for, but we've specifically put a $30 million tag on the wastewater down the road. Why haven't we done that with the rest of these?
Through your worship, we have. There's a list of water projects that are tied to that. It's just we identified this one specifically because that was, as I said, we review the model every year to look at the projects, and this is one change that was done this year, and that was noted by our HBA, and they would prefer not to have that project included in the list.
Right. Okay, so let me just re-clarify this. In the report, we've got this Parks and Rec project, and we've put a spray pad at the Northwest Leisure Center, and it says current year cost $546,000. Did we not get a donation from one of our developers to pay that out?
So, yeah, so through your worship, if you look at Appendix A, so it lists all of the projects. If there was a project that we got grant funding for or a donation, that would come off. We would take any grants or any donations off the top of what a project would cost. And then if there's, like if it's fully funded through grants or a donation, then that project will come right off of the list.
But that's why I'm getting to this list. It says right in here, current cost is $546,000. SAF share was $30,000. City share was $70,000. So the $70,000 that we've put into it was of the donation, or did we put, because the whole water park was $650 or something?
The donation from the water park goes off of the top of the cost of the project. So whatever we think the project's going to be worth, we would take that donation off of it, and there'd still be the 70% and 30% share.
But was the cost of the water spray park not $650?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't, Ms. Bisdell, do you know that? Sorry, I misunderstood your
I'm just
question.
trying to, because we got a donation in kind for the same amount that it was going to cost, and yet we show 546 on this list as a cost, a current year cost, and 70% of the cost came from of the city and 30% came from the SAFs, and yet we got a donation of about $650,000. I'm just trying to see if that now, to me, it tells me that the water park cost $1.2 million roughly.
Ms. Harlock?
So what we can do is we can follow up and give council that very specific one. I'm not sure if it covered all of the costs, but we can provide that to
you. Good. No, I'm good with that. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councilor Flagel. Councilor Brasciani.
Thank you, Worship. So when I started learning all about these SAF fees, I was kind of told that the water projects are first and transportation is later. Do you want to clarify? Is that still the same?
Yeah, so through you, your worship, when we establish the SAF fee, as you can see, there's a number of projects and they have to get prioritized. And when council approved the original model, there was a prioritization of the water projects at that time.
So, Your Worship, so I'm going to ask the question, so is that still in effect today? Is that still the main artery that we're still focusing on all the water and the transportation comes at a later time?
Through your worship, it is a balance. Like, we do have transportation projects that are coming forward, but at this point, there's some major water projects that need to get done. And so the one that was recently approved by council was the looking at the third pressure zone. So that has a hefty price tag.
Yeah. So I agree that there's the water that has to come first, but in balance. And I think one of the things we've seen with our roads that we've, a lot of the roads now have been dilapidated because we've left them for so many years. And I don't want to see that for our roadways that we've got now. So I'll give an example as we've seen Arcola Avenue. I know I've spoken about it many, many times. That would be an SAF model that would fit that. But because of the fact that we're still seeing water projects that are needed, that Arcola will eventually come once these water projects like these pressure zone and these other ones are moved forward. Is that accurate?
Charlotte?
Through your worship, that's correct. As we said, when we do our capital, 5-year capital, that's what we look at, and we look at the monies and then we do our ratings. So that is at this point what will happen as we move forward and rate projects, and projects move in and out based on different factors.
So one last question, Your Worship. One of the meetings I had heard that the SAFs were going into a pool, going into some inner city infrastructure. Now, I guess I'm going to ask that question as to, is there a list that council receives as to where the SAF dollars have been spent, like across the board as to in all capacities?
Charlotte?
So through your worship, so through the budgeting process, you have your budget book right now. So when you look at your budget book in the capital projects, it says what the project is and how it's funded. So it'll say whether or not it's utility funded, or a portion could be coming from utility, SAF funded, general funds. There could be different funding mechanisms, but that is where all of it is located. So every year we would provide a synopsis of what was built from the last year based on what programs and budgets or our construction program that's approved through budget.
Okay. So just to be clear, so what you're saying is that with the SAF fees, they're not being sprinkled in other projects that are not for new developments. So in older areas, we're not using them in areas where are we using them in those areas as well?
So through your worship, so the way it works is projects are identified, and actually road widenings are a good example that when growth happens, a road might need to be widened somewhere else that's in an existing area, but it needs to be widened because of the growth that's taking place in the new areas.
Arcola Avenue. Yeah.
Or off of because Arcola is a main arterial, or that one. But that's right, and so that would trigger it. And that's why the funding mechanisms, there's an SAF share and there's a city share. The city share is the taxpayer funded. So you might see funding for certain projects that you wouldn't think, because it's not always just in the greenfield areas, because the project might have been triggered because of growth, if that clarifies it.
So again, just my last question, Your Worship. Is a pool using SAF dollars?
Charlotte?
A pool. It would be new construction. Like there would be like our recreation projects. We do have things that are identified if it's growth triggered. So if the expansion of the pool, like the existing pool needs to be expanded to accommodate growth, then there would be a portion that would be attributed.
So are we using any SAF dollars for the new Wascana pool?
Yeah.
Mr. Holden?
Through you, Your Worship. So when we build a new facility, such as the enhancements or the replacement of Wascana Pool, if we simply replace the pool, then we're not allowed to use SAFs. But if we're going to enhance it, make it larger, then a proportion of that can be utilized to accommodate for the growth. So why are we building the pool larger? Because we have a larger population when the pool was built 70 years ago. So we can apportion the enhancements in terms of what we can attribute to growth to be funded from SAFs. So a portion of it will be, and that's all based on percentages within our SAF policies.
And one last question, Your Worship, last one. How do we determine what that portion is?
Charlotte?
Through Your Worship, so we'll look at it, and it's typically either 100% funded or 30% funded is typically 70-30%, because of the growth from where we were at the existing city population to where we're going to the 300,000 population. So right now, to your question about Wascana, it is in there that a portion of it would be funded through SAFs.
The portion of 30% or 70%?
It's 30% is what is allocated.
30%. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barshani. Any other questions or speakers? I have a couple questions, and I want to go back to the $30 million for the wastewater treatment plant upgrade. I'm just wondering that in terms of timing, how we would place this in SAF prior to having the master plan actually approved. I know it's at the lower level of what we think the costs are going to be, but why would we do that today when we don't have approval for the master plan yet? We have not got that. So just want to understand the sequencing of that. I'm not sure I understand why we're doing it the way we are. Ms. Harlock?
Through Your Worship, at this point in time, we already know that we would need the upgrades. We don't need the master plan to tell us that we need the upgrades to accommodate to the 300,000. So in order for us to start collecting the fees, because if we don't start collecting, then we will be behind with respect to that. The plan won't get into details about what the costs are. It will just say that you will have to upgrade, and we already know that from the original study to where we're getting. So in order to get us to the 258,000 to the 300, we know there has to be an upgrade to the plant. So before there was ever master plans, we always knew the general projects that would be needed. I'm not sure if Ms. Bisdell has anything else to add? Addition? No?
So we'll be putting money and charging for a program or a project that's not approved by council in a 5-year capital plan. It's not in the master plan yet. And I don't think any committee of council has looked at this project to see whether $30 million is the right one or not. This is administration putting this out before it comes to council for any approval.
Yeah, through Your Worship, we have other projects within the list that haven't been approved through master plans.
I understand that.
And I guess that's a council conversation. When we did the official community plan, we looked at all of the infrastructure that would be required. So we have all of that data that we would require. As I indicated, the master plan won't be specific about, it'll just be like what you saw in the water master plans, that very generic, we need to do this type of thing. Then we'll get into the details once we start doing the design work to get the costs.
I suppose there must be an adjustment made if that number is too high.
Yes.
Or too low, and that would be adjusted in terms of the fees being reduced or somehow changed.
Yeah. So we review the project list every year, Your Worship, and we make the adjustments. So if you'll recall, last year it was it was the first time since I've been here that we were reviewing all of the lists, and because of some additional information we received, we were able to readjust all of the not all of the projects, some of the projects, which reduced the SAF fee. So as we get more information, we'll continually adjust those project costs.
One last question related to markets being market sensitive. You could argue that our market's slowing down and costs are going down. Does this model reflect a lack of competition in the market, more companies and less business, so labor costs go down, costs go down? Does this plan reflect that change? Ms. Howlick?
Through you, Your Worship, right now it doesn't do that. That would be a policy decision because if we were to lower the fees to accommodate for market, let's say, we need to be able to catch up those fees that we're not collecting, which means that somewhere down the road we have to make up those fees. And so that's always been the challenge and the balance that we have because when we invest in infrastructure before all the funds are there in order to build the infrastructure. So if we're not collecting the full fees, then later down the road it would catch up to us. But that's a policy decision that could be made.
Clearly is, and not a motion. I'm not going to ask for a motion, but I hope the administration will look at market conditions because everything that goes up does come down, and those costs should reflect current realities. It's only fair to the industry. Otherwise, we become less competitive to outside of Regina, and we hurt our own investment. So, any other questions or comments on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is the last motion for Finance and Administration. And I know some councils are considering joining this committee, so this is a perfect illustration of how exciting it is. That the manager, property taxation and admin be authorized to serve 6-month notices on all parcels of land included in the list of lands marked as Appendix A, and that the manager, property taxation and admin be authorized to proceed with the next steps in tax enforcement on the expiry of 6-month notices.
Seconder for that, please. Councillor Mancinelli.
I have nothing to add other than this is a standard motion that comes every year.
Right. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. From last year, is this list longer or shorter?
Ms. Howlick.
Ms. Mills to answer that.
Through you, Your Worship, the list is comparable to last year. It's only got about 20 more accounts than it did at this time last year.
How many made the list 2 years in a row and didn't pay last year? How many are on this list from a year ago?
So these would be properties, sorry, through you, Mr. Worship.
Your Worship.
These would be properties that were current last year and then are in arrears.
Okay. So are we in arrears with perennial, like people 1, 2, 3 years haven't paid their home taxes?
Ms. Mills.
Through you, Your Worship, we have some properties that are outstanding, but we do have payment plans with those properties. So
Sorry, I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
We have payment plans with those properties, so they are paying their taxes.
Okay.
We do have very few properties that proceed through the whole tax enforcement process. We work really diligently with those properties to work out a plan that will work for them to get those taxes current.
And if I could, through you, Mr. Mayor, what's our process if somebody can't make payment, can't go on a payment plan, and is behind 4 years in taxes? What's the pressure point for us to either, I don't know what we do?
Ms. Mills.
Through your worship, the next steps in the process would be that we would proceed with consent to take title.
Okay.
But that would only be if there's not a financial institution that has an interest in the property that would be also have interest in paying that out for us.
Okay. Yeah, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. I'll call the question on the report. All those in favor? Who's, Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. What do we know about these properties? Is there a breakdown of residential, commercial? Do we have any understanding of why they might be in arrears? Please.
Ms. Howlick?
Yeah, through your worship, I might ask Ms. Mills to
Ms. Mills?
Explain. Through your worship, we currently don't have that information, but it is a mix of different property types, residential and commercial.
Thank you. If we take title of a building that is a rental property, there are tenants, how do we deal with that? Do we have a strategy or an approach that we would follow if that were the instance?
Ms. Mills?
Through your worship, we do give notice to the tenant, and we work with the land and real estate division also before we take title. They'll work with the Rentalsmen Association.
Thank you. Further to that point, through the chair, how does this fit into a land strategy? So if all of a sudden we become the landlord for a business, do we then become, in the property development and property management business? Why not? Are we there? From there, do we just simply want to sell an asset, or do we want to hold it? How does it plug in an overarching strategy of what we do with property?
Ms. Mills?
Through your worship, just as a note, we do take very little tax title properties. Since 2014, we've only taken 4 properties, so it's not really a strategy. And then we do usually sell the properties at market rates.
Thank you.
Councillor Stevens? Call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? It's carried. I'll move on to Planning Commission. We have a communication from the Regina Region Home Builders Association Civic Naming Committee Guidelines Review. I have a motion to accept that. Councillor Donald and Councillor Fendera seconds it. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Donald.
Thanks very much. I'll put before you a rather large document, 3 meetings in the offing. Civic Naming Committee Guideline Review, and if I could have a second, I'll speak to this.
Second, please. Councillor Murray.
Thanks very much. I'm going to actually do a small amendment. If you would turn to number 9 first, if you don't mind. Get the clerk to put that one up. I just want to correct something, so as we look at this, we look at it as a whole. And she just overlined it. December 31st, 2018, which is not very far away. We actually want to change that to be Q2 of 2019. That is so that there is a report coming back addressing the historical legacy of the namesake and so on. Just changing the date there so that we have some time.
Okay, so seconder would be Councillor Fendera on this one. This would be on the amendment?
Yeah, just that's
okay.
All.
On the amendment, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor.
Okay, so on the overall. As I mentioned, we handled this for 3 times at Planning Commission, and we had lots of discussion on this. So there happens to currently be a number of names, approximately 400 on the list, that haven't been moving along really well. And so that was a concern expressed by council as to have a look at this. And so hence you have before you some suggestions. And I'm going to turn down to the bottom of the page first to deal with a couple of these. Number 8, for example, the administration reviewed the criteria for eligibility for names to be included on the civic naming list and report back to the Planning Commission in Q2 of 2019. That's why I did the other one at that same time. The Civic Naming Committee bring forward expanded ways of honoring individuals whose names are on the civic naming list as of November 26, 2018, in addition to names that come forward under the existing criteria. Criteria is listed in the document for you. So one of the ways that has been discussed, both from the home builders and developers, as well as from members of the committee, is that there's got to be some other ways that we can attack. So in other words, if it's just streets and if it's just parks, we will be here for about 1,000 years with these names. So, however you view that, adding more only compounds the problem. So can we, and I'll just simply give you a couple of examples. Can we look at a park? And the park could be Firefighters Park because I think we have 26 names of firefighters. Is it possible to do that in terms of monument? That's what we're asking for. If you look at a park, is it possible, for example, to name the play structure after an individual? What about the field within the park, say the soccer pitch? What about the pathway system and so on? In other words, we're looking for some ideas where we can, in fact, honor these people and make use of that. I think another interesting point that's out of here is that adjacent areas, call it the GTH, call it the RM of Sherwood, is looking for a safe way to make sure that street naming makes sense and as it is connected to the City of Regina and to their development. So is that not something that this committee could do as well? So you can see kind of the things that are before you. I wanted to highlight some of the maybe bigger issues, and we would seek concurrence on that.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. Other speakers? Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to do an amendment to number 5. And this is brought up by the Region Home Builders Association. If we could move that down so you can see it. Yeah. Right now, if you have read this report, page 8 of 11, 5.1.6 says that the developers will be allowed to name all the local roads within a concept plan in accordance with these guidelines. So right now, the Civic Naming Committee approves the names that go on the list, and then the developers choose from those to populate the names for their concept plan. And when they have names that are not on the committee, then it has to go to the Civic Naming Committee to say whether or not those would be okay to be on the list. So if this goes forward as it is now, it means that the Civic Naming Committee would be naming all the roads within a concept plan. And I think that would be the opposite of what our practice has been up until now, where within the guidelines and with the names that have been approved, the developers choose the names they wish to have for their area. So my amendment is to take out the very last part of it stops at guidelines where the quote is. I would put a period there, and I would take out the rest of that. I would remove that the words developers be replaced with the words the Civic Naming Committee. I think that would be the opposite of what our practice has been up until now, and I think that we should keep it the way it is in terms of names being chosen from the approved list by the developers for their concept plan.
Okay, have a seconder for that, please? Councilor O'Donnell? Discussion on the amendment, and please, people, keep your lights on here. Raise your hand to speak to the amendment so we don't lose people's place on the main motion. Councilor O'Donnell?
Yeah, just on the amendment, if I could. I think you should note from the correspondence that we got, which, by the way, at Planning Commission was not very clear. So the letter today made some clarity. In other words, they have no issue with the structure that's being before you. And that includes, for example, the 50%, 25% as it refers to Indigenous peoples, okay? The park naming and street naming. So all they're saying is, if you now allow us to go through the list that you've created, we'll follow all the guidelines, just let us be the ones to pick the names so we can put this together in marketing. So after some review, I think I can support this.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Councilor Flagel.
Thanks.
Just a second here. There.
Thank you. I was just waiting. Somebody please clarify for me, does this mean that we will not have any more Maple Ridge, Greens on Gardner, Wascana views, and everything to do with Wascana, Green, Maple? We have the riders' names in Hawkstone. We have executives' names in Lake Ridge in a certain section. Is that going to change, allowing the developers to go in and take a piece of land, i.e., let's say the new one's coming up, Coopertown, and anything further in Harbor Landing, etc. What's going to happen to those types of street naming, and is it going to be Green Meadow something for the next 40 streets? What's going to happen with that if we pass this amendment?
Who's going to take that one? Ms. Harlech?
That's actually number 3A.
Oh, Turgeon. Oh, sorry. Okay. Ms. Turgeon. Sorry.
Through you, Your Worship. I don't know if my mic's on.
Thank you.
Through you, Your Worship. This would eliminate the type of theme naming that applied those prefix words like greens or maple. That would be eliminated. The overall theme naming, such as having all Rough Riders, that would still be allowed on the local roads. Connector roads and arterial roads would be named by the city, and that would remain unchanged. You'd also see more Indigenous names throughout the development.
So if I'm just going to use Coopertown. So if they extend Daglish out into Coopertown, Daglish will stay the same, but it could be Spruce Meadow, everything out in Coopertown. as long as they leave Daglish alone. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you just said?
Ms. Turgeon?
Through your worship, no, actually, you would be allowed one spruce, and that's it.
Okay.
There wouldn't be
Okay.
any more Spruce Meadows,
Okay.
Spruce Park, Spruce Lane. That would be gone.
Perfect, thanks. I'll have some questions. That's all I wanted to know, so I'm good with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Bresciani?
To the amendment. So I have a question just for clarity. So the recommendation coming forward is actually saying, the way I read it, that the developers and the naming committee would work together to come up with using those names on the list. Is that not what the report says?
Ms. Turgeon?
Through you, your worship, the city would name arterial roads and connector roads. So those are, the arterials are the big ones, like the equivalent of Albert Street. Connectors are still big, but not quite as large. Developers would name the local roads, which are the little crescents and streets that make up a neighborhood. Those names, they would select from within the criteria. The portion that I think you're referring to is the portion about Indigenous names. So we would be aiming for a target of 25% of streets and 50% of parks, and we would work with the developers towards that.
Okay, but just to the motion that's come up now, so your worship, what is changing here than what's in the report?
Ms. Turgeon?
Through your worship, this amendment actually is equivalent to if you simply struck number 5 right out. It puts it back to the original language that was in the original report. So that's the practical effect of this.
So in this here, we're allowing then, what happens is the developers then would still be able to name all the streets that they're doing, other than the collectors and the arterials, and then with the combination of the 25% of Indigenous, and that would work with the city naming.
Ms. Turgeon?
Through your worship, they would also have to pull a percentage of the names off of the backlog list as well. So prior to this, developers they might have 30 names in a new subdivision, and they might suggest all 30 names, put them through the civic naming committee, and wind up on a plan. Right now, they'll be able to put some names forward under the new guidelines. They'll have to use some names that are Indigenous, and they would have to use some names off the backlog. So.
Okay, and so the last question I think I have then is that with this, does this report come back to who approves this list after that happens? After the developers pick the names, where does that list go to? Planning?
Ms. Turgeon?
I think
Mr. Clerk?
For approval.
It's my understanding, through you, your worship, to Councillor Bresciani's question, and I'll look to Ms. Harlack to confirm. The Civic Naming Committee works with these guidelines. We approve the names, and then once a year, we bring forward a report to the Planning Commission which indicates and outlines those names which have been added to the list, as well as those names which have been assigned to various streets or in some cases parks. So that's when it comes back here. Council has delegated that authority to approve the list of names to the Civic Naming Committee, and then in turn the committee will work with developers, and then once a year the RPC will get a report outlining the actions that were taken during the year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stevens?
To the amendment through the chair, my initial response to this amendment is no thanks. I'm a bit concerned that a simple letter from developers has us change policy, maybe a testament to their influence. If administration could you please provide me a rationale for why recommendation 5 is the way it is? Is it to ensure that City Hall has the influence over naming and the use of these policy objectives over the developers?
Ms. Turgeon?
Through you, your worship, This was a motion that came through on the Regina Planning Commission. I'm not sure what their motivation was. I think, a member from Planning Commission might be able to give more insight.
Please.
Councillor Hawkins, you made the motion, so you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I shared the very concern that Councillor Bresciani, Councillor Andrews, and others have raised here. I came at it with a little different perspective. I didn't think it was appropriate that developers be able to pick local road names, just as it wouldn't be appropriate if they were to be able to pick bigger arterial road names. So I moved initially that the Civic Naming Committee include at least, I believe it was, one elected representative, because I think the naming of roads should include at least some elected influence in the naming. My motion, I believe, initially passed and was subsequently defeated. There was a delay there, so that I lost the effort to have on the Civic Naming Committee an elected representative. Nonetheless, as part of my motion, number 5, with the words Civic Naming Committee, evolved out of that and was never taken out and is there now. And I would just say, Your Worship, in connection with this, I still don't think it's right that developers get to pick names.
You can debate that. You can debate that in a moment. Okay, I'm just answering these questions. You're next to speak.
So I'm getting worried. Councillor Hawkins and I are getting along here.
So is everybody else.
So the number 5 is a result of Councillor Hawkins' motion at Planning Commission. And it wasn't in there initially. Okay. I actually support what Councillor Hawkins did and added to this, and I won't be supporting the amendment. I think I would prefer if the Civic Naming Committee had absolute authority over this issue, and I see no reason to yield this influence further to developers.
Councillor Hawkins, on the amendment.
There's scarcely anything left for me to add. I simply don't think it's appropriate that developers have the final say on the naming of any street in the city. I would have preferred that the Civic Naming Committee with an elected representative do it, but even without an elected representative, I prefer the Civic Naming Committee have the final say, not developers. So I won't be supporting the amendment.
Other speakers to the amendment? I have a question that may have been answered, but I'll ask it in any case. If the amendment passes, which I support the amendment, by the way, will the developers have to choose from a list that's been approved by the committee? Councillor O'Donnell.
The answer to the question is yes, that the criteria is set and that the Civic Naming Committee places the names before it. All that the developer has to do is select from that list. That's all.
I think that's a reasonable request to make. They follow the list that's there.
Yeah.
3 minutes on the amendment.
So I'm hearing that the developer still might be able to bring some other names to the list, but yet I'm hearing that we're trying to eliminate that, so they pick from what we've got a backlog. Like I'm hearing.
Councillor, sorry, the clerk can answer that question. Okay. Mr. Clerk.
Just to clarify, Your Worship, to Councillor Findura's question, I think developers could still bring forward a name, but that name will still have to meet the explicit criteria outlined in the guidelines, and then our office will discuss it. But they can't just, a name can come forward at any time, provided it matches the criteria. Okay. So they can't just throw a one-off in there.
Okay, good, thank you.
Other speakers to the amendment? Do you want to close debate?
Yes.
Councillor Young?
So this would change the policy we have now that we've used for a number of years, where developers must obey the guidelines that have been listed in this report, if you read them, and that they must choose from the names that have been approved by the Civic Naming Committee. Some of the issues about Wascana this, Wascana that, and which was spoken to has been taken care of by this new policy. That that's a wayfinding issue, and we're not going to allow that to happen anymore. So I think to take away the developer's ability to choose names, and some of them would be names that were already on the list that they would be encouraged to choose, as well as the indigenous names, has usually been a collaborative venture between the Civic Naming Committee and the developer. So we either remove 5 altogether, which would leave us with what we already have in our guidelines, and I think you mentioned that as a way to do this, or we strike the last part of number 5, which would take it away from the developers completely. And is there anything I could add to that? No. And when this passed, there was a lot going on, and I think there was some confusion too about what was happening, because there was more than one motion, and I know one was lost and this one wasn't. And so I would be happy with either striking 5 altogether or amending 5.
I think this is the same intent as striking it out anyway.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll leave it as it is then.
Okay.
We've closed debate on the amendment. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion carried. So we've had 2 speakers to the main motion, Councillor O'Donnell and Councillor Young. Are there other speakers to the report? Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. So most of my questions have to do with our commitment to reconciliation. I was wondering if the administration could elaborate on how both the spirit and our commitment to reconciliation is embodied in the naming committee. So who there is actually representing that interest and the Indigenous community in Regina?
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. It will be our intention that the Civic Naming Commission will be working closely with Reconciliation Regina to have discussions. We'll be speaking with elders and knowledge keepers to ensure that when we do get names put forward in Indigenous names, we understand the context that it's in, if it's relevant to a particular area of the city or a street. So we won't be doing this blindly. This is something we take very seriously, and so the intent will be to work closely with Reconciliation Regina.
Great, thank you very much. The report speaks generally about street renaming. I'll just put it out there, the politically contentious issue of Dewdney. The name is summoned in the survey responses in that conversation in this report. Are we going to see some resolution to this debate? My understanding it's been going on for about 2 years now. Is that what's going to be coming back to us in Q2? I know December 31st is mentioned in the report to deal with this legacy. Is that what we're going to see coming forward?
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. First, just to address it, Councillor O'Donnell moved the amendment to bring this back in Q2 of 19. The real practical reason behind that is that this initially went to the Planning Commission in May. So May to the end of this year we thought was an appropriate amount of time. So that's why it's being moved, because we don't have time in the next month. The second thing is that we will be looking to develop criteria that would assist council in weighing, judging, deliberating those instances when someone comes forward with an explicit request, for example, to rename a street, because that is council's prerogative. We can't, the Civic Naming Committee can't do that. The Planning Department can't do that. Roadways can't. That has to be a council decision. So the discussion that came around from Planning Commission was that there's a bit of a vacuum right now. And so we're going to look at best practices across the country to see what kind of evaluative criteria they use if and when they're faced with a request like that.
Okay. So through the chair, how would that currently work, period? So it would have to be an appeal directly to council or councillors to put a motion on the floor to rename Dewdney. That's the status quo. And what you're proposing is would have a different set of criteria.
Mr. Clerk?
Well, we need to develop the criteria to assist you, but the explicit requirement would be that someone has to formally write my office and request that City Council rename a street. So it isn't something that is received on Twitter or Facebook. It's not something that people muse about or suggest in the paper. I need something explicit in writing, and then we will put it before council. But I would respectfully say that we don't want to do that in a hurry-up offense until such time as council has the evaluative criteria by which to make those kind of decisions.
Okay, thank you. And maybe just to bring some closure, I mean, there has been some meaningful engagement from the community around this, from advocacy and public relations and education. Julie Big Eagle comes to mind. When she calls, now I can tell her that in Q2 of 2019, we should have a process in place that council will discuss, and we can maybe put some closure to this debate. Is that correct?
Mr. Clerk?
Yes, through you, your worship. Should council approve all these amendments, that's exactly what you would be able to tell her as of this evening, that we will be working forward to that.
Great. Thank you very much for this important work. I think it's actually one of the most important commitments to truth and reconciliation in terms of changing the streetscape and how we identify our communities, our parks, and our streets. So thank you very much for this hard work.
Councilor Flagel, you're next.
Thanks. We have a list of how many names on there today.
Mr. Turgeon?
Through you, your worship. It is about 400. I'm currently in the process of just making sure I know exactly how many we have. Right now, we have a few that they've been used in the last little while, so probably taken off 10 or
Thanks.
so.
Through you too as well. So of those 400 names, how long have some of them been on that list?
Through you, your worship. Some of them have been on quite long. They predate the city taking over this committee in 2000, so they have been on at least that long.
So 20, 25 years at least?
Through you, your worship, some of them may even be older than that.
Is that right?
The committee dates to the 60s.
Do we, okay. Do we have a process that would eliminate those names after 30, 40 years and, you know, because they've never been picked, or is there a way to bring them back in and make them sound better? I don't know. Well, if a name's been on there for 30 some years and we haven't used it, chances are it's probably not going to get used. Do we have a way to eliminate those names or put them to some other use?
Ms. Turgeon?
Through you, your worship, I believe the one point under this is actually asking for some of those alternatives to be brought forward.
Okay. Yeah, good. Yeah, I think it's a good idea to review this whole thing, and I've never been in favor of the Wascana this, Maple Ridge this, Greens on. I like a little bit of spread the joy around. It's like our parks. If we named half of our parks all starting with Hawkins something or other, I mean, we'd get tired of that pretty quick.
You got a seconder.
Yeah, I figured you would. So, but anyway, it's one of those things that I'm glad to see, and with the Indigenous piece, that's always an interesting part because. What do we have in terms of names on that list that are Indigenous today?
Mr. Turgeon?
Through you, your worship, again, this is still a work in progress for the names that haven't been used, but for names in the city in general, it's less than 1% of our names in the city are Indigenous.
But on the list, I'm sorry.
On the list, I'm sorry, I'm not able to give that total. Initially, we had about 36 of them.
Okay.
But I think that's changed in the last little
while. Just a comment about this, and I'm usually a pretty optimistic person, so I try not to look backwards. I look at today and tomorrow, and all these changes that are happening are for today and tomorrow, and I think that's the best way to start and continue going, because if you don't start, you'll never finish. So I think it's a great way of doing things, and I accept this as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Flagel. Other points? Councilor Barshani?
Sure. So I just want some clarification. So how do the names, how are they chosen, the time frame, and then they go to planning and then they come in a report to council? Is that accurate?
Process question, Ms. Turgeon? Or
I guess
Mr.
the
Clerk?
question I want is when do they come to council and when do we get to see them?
Mr. Clerk?
You will get to see them, Councillor Bresciani, if RPC, the Planning Commission, chooses to send it forward to Council for information. But the names have been delegated, the authority to name them, according to the criteria, has been delegated to the Civic Naming Committee, with the requirement that the Civic Naming Committee provide a report for information purposes to the Planning Commission. So that's essentially where it ends. So Council itself does not have any authority to go in and change all that unless you change the overriding criteria and change the authority that the Planning Commission has by way of bylaw there.
Okay, thank you for that. So we could, though, ask that a report, through you, Your Worship, that a report does come back from planning to council just as a report and file. That be something that, as a council, then we get to see.
I think that's what he just said, that the planning
No,
commission
he-
can do that, can bring a report back.
Could, but I'm saying I would like that as an ongoing. So is that something that we can ask the planning commission to do?
Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. Just to be direct, the reason that this is before you is because there was a motion from a member of the Planning Commission to bring this for consideration here. Council previously said that naming falls within the Planning Commission. Based on the discussion that would be here, I would assume that those going forward on Planning Commission will take that into account.
Good.
Ms. Turgeon, you have something you want to add?
Through you, Your Worship, just as a point of clarity, in the terms of reference, we do bring a yearly annual report that has all of the names that we've approved that year through the Civic Naming Committee, and that comes through RPC and then comes to Council as an information item.
Okay. Okay, good. Yeah, that's, and then in that report, through you, Chair, it does kind of give the percentage of names that were used off the list and then the new ones that developers have chosen.
Ms. Turgeon?
Through you, Your Worship, at the current time, it's just a name of the list, the list of the names that went through in that year and any procedural business we've conducted, although that element could be added.
Thank you for that. I think that would be very helpful as a council. Then we could actually see how the names are being taken off the list and kind of how the workings of the percentages. I will leave that with the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Fendura.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, just a thought occurred here that we have names that have been on there probably for 40 years or so, maybe. Do we give a consideration to look at some of the names and kind of give a closure to the families or prominent people that were put on that list to maybe resurrect them from being still on the bottom of the list 40 years later, they're still nowhere near to be chosen? Is that something part of this process?
Mr. Clerk can answer that one.
Thank you, Your Worship. That's largely why we're here, Councillor Fendura, is that there were concerns raised in the past, both by members of council as well as citizens whose family members, friends, etc., have languished on that list. Because the list grows faster and longer than there are roads being developed. So part of what we're looking for in this subsequent report to come back to you are ways to find other mechanisms by which to name. I believe Councillor O'Donnell mentioned, could be parks, it could be pathways. Some people have talked in the past about some cities honor firefighters in a certain park with a certain display or something. I mean, we have lots of things to look into in that regard, but that's basically why we're here. Because it's very difficult when a family calls in and says, what's the status of this? My uncle has been on that list for 25 years. We can't really say anything other than he hasn't been chosen. But you can, and the notion of taking it off the list because some time expiration has happened is a real loser.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fendura. Okay, no other speakers? Councillor O'Donnell, do you want to close debate? Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. I want to highlight a couple of things. One, what you have before you, and there's been some debate on the floor here, is about the 25 and 50% names of streets and park names as they would refer to Indigenous people. So I want you to know that that motion came forward as firm. That motion was supported by the developers at the time, and there was a softening based on discussion. on the floor of council, or on the floor of planning commission. Note that the idea of eligibility of names has come back to be discussed. Again, part of why we are in the situation we're in. And then looking at the idea of honoring other names and so on, other ways, is a key component of this. In other words, attacking the list. Okay? I want to finish with one other thought. The motion that Councillor Young brought forward and I supported was based on the fact that there was a discussion on the floor of Planning Commission. It was not a simple discussion. It took a lot of people into consideration. So any comment about being untoward on that topic is not appreciated by me.
Okay, on that note, I'll call vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have a couple other reports from Planning Commission. Report 17, discretionary use application. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. This is a discretionary use application for a medical clinic in the MX Mixed Residential Business Zone, 2020 Halifax Street. If I could have a seconder, I'll speak to it.
Seconder. Councillor Murray.
Thanks. This is a second former curling site. Used to be the Regina Curling Club. And it is just down from the General Hospital. And so obviously there's a change here. Council may remember that a few years ago, we looked at the whole area as a medical area. This seemed to fit the bill. There was very little discussion about this. Would seek concurrence, please.
Okay, any discussion on the report? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you again. A discretionary use application, retail use, specifically an art gallery, and the address is 3424 13th. If I could have a seconder, please.
Seconder, please. Councillor Hawkins.
Thanks very much. So this building has gone through a number of uses in the last while and on the street. And again, we would see this as being a very useful use and wish them some success. There was no debate here really on this topic. Seek concurrence.
Discussion. Call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Carried. Councillor Massanelli, you're up.
Okay. Through the chair. Whereas there are no pedestrian options for safe travel across the northwest corner, especially pertaining to 2 new elementary schools as the destination. Whereas this is a unique situation due to phasing of construction. And whereas the provincial changes to the school bus services have increased the pedestrian and bicycle traffic. Whereas there is a permanent pathway system planned but not likely to be implemented in the foreseeable future. And whereas recent administration pedestrian counts have warranted the need for this pathway, therefore be it resolved that funding for planning a temporary pathway system running parallel to Courtney Street on the east side connecting Rink Avenue to Wayland Street be provided in the upcoming 2019 budget. And administration bring a report outlining its implementation to Public Works and Infrastructure Committee in Q2 of 2019.
A second for that, please.
I'd like to speak to it, but right off the hop, I think that it changed before I even got a chance. Speaking to administration, after doing the pedestrian count and looking into what it would take to plan, I've been advised by administration that the planning phase of this could be covered in-house, and realistically being that this is something that's time sensitive for the students in that area, if I can, I'd like to change this towards funding for the pathway. Maybe Ms. Hurlick can enlighten a little bit better than I can.
Through you, Your Worship. So yes, Councillor Mancinelli is correct. We have gone and we can do the design work in-house. We have done high-level estimates of the costs of what we think it might cost, and it's in the range of approximately $350,000 to construct. But of course, that would have to be verified through an actual design process.
I guess just to clarify, when I started looking into this problem, I wanted to start first by making sure it was warranted, that the pedestrians were of the number, especially with the students, that this was needed. That's when we started looking into it. After investigating a bit, Ms. Hurlick looked into it a little bit deeper for the temporary pathway. Being that we know the cost estimate already and that this is time sensitive for the students, that's why, if it's acceptable, being that I know this was a notice of motion and now a motion, and now I'm pushing for the money, I'm just trying to make sure I meet all merit and I'm not crossing any lines or doing it improper.
Okay. The motion is clearly in order. It can be decided to refer this to the budget, knowing what exactly is coming down the path. That'd be one way to look at this, or we can approve it tonight. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. We just had a long discussion about SAFs. Is this not part of SAFs in terms of growth for the area, as opposed to going to budget?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, might ask Mr. Searle to expand on my answer, but at this point, the development of the pathways typically take place as development happens, and the developer would be required to construct that. In this case, we're advancing it because the development there's a gap between the development. So typically this would be something that actually the developer would be paying for as part of their development.
So if we waited for developer, how long would we be waiting? And could we not put a caveat in the build that says, hey, we're gonna spot you the money first, but in 2 years you have to pay us back the $350?
Ms. Harlock?
Is that something you can do in process?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, your worship, I think part of the issue is no, we'd be advancing the project because they would be building the permanent solution. This is just a temporary solution to get us through. Yeah, there would be some challenges with that. Part of it is looking at the design and deciding how we're going to make it work. That's part of the work that we have to do in terms of the side of the road and those sorts of things. Whereas the permanent solution will eventually be built as from Courtney as we move up, as Coopertown starts to develop all the way up.
Oh, okay. I just seeing if there's other money available too. So thanks.
Other speakers to the motion? Well, if you stand up again, you close debate. So we'll wait till the very end. And this is no other question. I have a question of the administration, though. How would we fund this? Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, as indicated, it would most likely be through general funds, but that would be something we'd want to bring forward for more debate.
Councillor Bershani.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I would see this as a one-off because we've built, or the school has been built further out, not in around housing. So why wouldn't we look at this with the SAF fees, taking them out, and when the development is built there, I mean, that's what the SAF fees are for sidewalks and infrastructure. I mean, is that not something that the developer, once it's developed, would be putting in, as you indicated?
Ms. Harlock?
And the SAF is for large infrastructure. Developers are responsible for sidewalks and these types of things within their footprint of the development. As you've indicated, this typically would have happened as development took place in an orderly, like moving from one to the next, but because the Plainsview School is so far out, that's the issue, is there's a time lag here. So that's part of the challenge that we're having is to advance this. There really isn't a mechanism because typically the developer would pay for all of this as they move their development forward. But at this point, there is no developer to go because it's more than one landowner too. That's the other challenge on that side, like where the school is. Right now, the temporary path is on the east side of Courtney and goes up to, I'm sorry, I can't remember the street. Miss Wayland. So we would have to do some work to figure out how we're going to make that work, going still on the, most likely on the east side where our existing easements are, not on the, because I think maybe you're thinking on the west side. Yeah, and that's where the development, like that's where probably the temporary would be long-term, but at this point, we've got a temporary path up to Wayland, and we have to, if we want to go forward, we have to connect it. Most likely staying on that side of the road. But that's what the design work will determine. That's part of the thing. This is a very high level estimate that it's a Class E estimate just to get some numbers.
I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Councillor Murray.
Councillor Matson, I just received a lot of calls from this, and even I've gotten some. So my question is more around safety and accessibility currently. I've seen it, I've never tried to walk it. So in administration's viewpoint, and what are your thoughts around the actual safety and accessibility for people to get to and from Plainsview right now as it is?
Ms. Harlock.
Through you, Your Worship, having gone out there and driven it, the issue is Courtney isn't fully developed, as you know, so it's there is some challenges because the path does stop, and then people are pushed to the road, which isn't a full cross section.
Thanks. Okay, my question was around safety and accessibility, so thank you very much.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. In light of comments from Ms. Harlock, so this would be a pathway extension from Rink going north. And would this be gravel? And I know that's suggested in the motion, but could this eventually become part of the pathway system and be paved eventually?
Ms. Harlock.
Through you, Your Worship, right now it's being proposed to be crusher dust pathway, which is existing there.
Yeah. So would it be part of the pathway system eventually? Was this a normal? Would this in the future have been a normal development anyway?
Ms. Harlock.
Well, there is the thing that whether or not a new path would get developed on the west side.
Oh, okay.
That's what we need to do some designs. Yeah. Currently, where that path is, when we did the tour, there's infrastructure under that easement and things like that. So it could be in the long term. We would definitely make sure that when we were building a temporary, that if it were to go forward for something permanent, that we would try and build it so that we could use that base.
Right, and the pipeline that's there simply is an east-west pipeline. It doesn't get you north of the school. Is that correct?
Ms. Harlock?
I'd have to check on that, but I believe you are correct on that.
Okay, and part of this, would it also imply a second crossing of the street? Because I must admit, I too was thinking of the west side, not the east side. So if they're continuing up the east side, are they just simply going to go all the way up to the lights?
Well, that would be, through you, Your Worship, that would be what we would be looking to design, but most likely that would be the logical.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Two questions. Would this be a capital expense or an operational expense?
Through Your Worship, it would be a capital expense.
And I may have missed something here, and I apologize if I'm asking you to explain it again. So we have a safety issue with children getting to school. So I understand the problem, that's it. What are we proposing as a solution to that can be put in place in as expeditious a way as possible to deal with the safety matter?
Ms. Harlock?
Sorry, through Your Worship, you're asking what we would do currently if, right now?
I'm worried about some kid getting injured. Going to school. I mean, so what's the answer we're proposing?
Well, at this point, that's where this motion for a pathway would be something that we would look at, because at this point they are taking the path up to Wayland, and then people have created a natural path past there. Like you can see it, that people will just, as they tend to do, you can see it in Victoria Park. So people have been doing that. This would solidify like appropriate pathway with the appropriate crusher dust and feeling, so that when they're walking, it's more is safer in that respect.
Mr. Holden.
Thank you.
Through Your Worship, in consideration of the discussion, I think it's appropriate. Mrs. Harlock has indicated that there is funding available within the planning area to do the design. Until we do the design, we really have a high-level estimate. Let us go away, do that work. We'll bring a report in Q2 of 2019. At that point, we'll have a design solution. We'll have an idea of the actual costs. At that point, council can decide, is this a priority? There are safety concerns that have been brought forward by principals of schools, by the community. And at that point, we could take a look at potential funding. So whether we look and say we want to draw some money out of the general fund reserve, I think rather than refer it to a budget process, and really as of tonight, it's our best guess. It's really an unknown. Let's do the design, we'll bring the information, and at that point, council can consider if it's a priority, then we'll look for opportunities to find funds to move the project forward in 2019.
Any other comments or questions? I have just a couple because I don't have them in my mind what we're looking at here. Ms. Harlock, you said that that the pathway, if it was done by the developer, would be on the west side, not the east side. Is that right?
Through your worship, as the west side starts to develop, there'd be new trail networks that would work its way up as the development takes place. So as Coopertown starts to develop and the road starts to get built up.
But it's the west side, though.
That's where those pathways. Currently, the existing path is on the east side with the crusher dust.
I understand that, but saying it's designed by or paid for by the developer, we envision it being on the left, on the west side, not the east side.
That's right, because it would only be on the lands that they own.
Okay, so from the city's perspective, is the east side the correct side to be on? Should it be on the west side or the east side?
I think that's what we want to do with the design, to look at it. We have an existing path, and that's why we want to go away and look at it. And
Well, that clarifies with me because I thought we were maybe staying on the east side and maybe the west side sounded like it was the better place to have it. So I support this motion. I will vote for it. I think we can find a way, as the city manager said, to find a way to fund this. I think we should do it. It's a question of public safety, definitely. Councilor Manson, do you want to speak? Yeah. Councilor Stevens?
Could we speed this up? So if I were to motion to advance this to Q1, would there be pressure and additional costs with pushing the gas pedal a bit harder here? Through the chair?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, I would have to go back to the staff to find out what other projects. They did indicate that based on the motion, it could be done in Q2. I'm not sure if Mr. Searle, you know what development engineering is.
Especially if safety is a concern.
Mr. Searle?
Your worship, we've taken a look, and we do have the ability to do the design in 2019, and within the timelines to achieve the Q2 report back.
But Q1 would be too fast. You'd have to delay other projects.
I think through you, your worship, we would have to go back and take a look at that to determine the impact on a more short-term basis.
Perhaps that could be an undertaking by the administration to do best efforts to maybe push it forward, given they don't know the details of the other projects.
Yes, I can see that as an undertaking.
That's
please. Okay.
Through you, your worship, that we would bring it back as soon as possible, but no later than the end of Q2 is what we can do.
Okay. Councilor Masson, do you want to close debate? Yeah. Floor is yours.
Thanks. I guess just to clear a couple things up that I figured out when I was writing the motion, east versus west, the west side pathway will be the permanent pathway solution as they develop the area. The east side right now would be temporary, and that's why it was written up as temporary. It wasn't the proper pick for the pathway system. It's a solution for the children to have safety, especially in light of the changes to the school bus system. That's why it was written up that way, and I just want to say thanks to everyone for their cooperation. Everyone really taking this seriously, and I appreciate that.
Thanks for bringing it forward. Public safety is critical. I'll call the question on the report. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Motion to adjourn. Councilor Stevens? Councilor Flegel, Councilor Stevens. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone, and have a great evening.